Stats. Testing. Mm-hmm. How's that for now? Test this. All right, looks like that is good. I feel like I'm a little quiet. All right, how about now? I suppose that's a little better. All right. All right, let's do this. I feel like I'm far away from the mic. What the heck? Let me get a little closer, actually. Sorry. All right. How are we now? There we go. That's a little better. All right. Hello there. I'm Boxcat, and we're playing Saved Villainess tonight. Oh, yay! I'm sorry. I'm like a little out of it. I only got like 3 hours of sleep plus maybe one. Uh, I went to sleep at like 7, and then my family woke me up to go on a family outing, a family hike. 'Cause we have family over, and so I was dragged out to touch some grass. Didn't get back until like 5. Took a nap, scrambled to get ready, and then fought with a necklace. So I was watching a couple other streams last night. It seemed like they were liking the game, so that made me happy. They were fun. But yes, if you haven't heard, this is a game called Save the Villainous by Best Lay Productions. It's available on itch.io and Steam. It's in demo format right now. But they do have a Kickstarter, which I'll show you in bits. But for now, let's go over the game. As I smack the mic with my fan. There's my mouse. All right. So yeah, actually, I've heard about this game a while back. I was actually invited to be a beta tester for it, so I kind of I know how some things go, and some parts are like I need to share them with the world. So that's what I'm doing today. All right, so yes, we are now a villainess in a romance novel. You know, your basic isekai villainess trope. Unfortunately, neither you nor she remembers the bad romance novel you're trapped in. Ooh, amnesia. Or which character wants her dead. It's like none of them want her dead and she's just extremely paranoid. I mean, that might actually be it. You never know. Anyway, we're gonna guide Ernst in amnesiac villainous through mysteries, menacing horrors, and I see what you did there. Woo man who may be trying to murder her. All right. So there's 5 suspiciously gorgeous characters. Why did I count 4? Is there a 5th one I don't know about? Oh, are they talking about her? I think they are. Because there's these 3, then there's servants, and then there's... Okay, yeah. I thought they meant like love interest, but then I'm like, oh, they mean all together. Anyway. So yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a mystery horror genre / comedy. A lot of comedy in it. So like one thing I will say that I saw on some streams was people were a little surprised that how silly it was. I think they weren't expecting it uh to be as silly, or though they did seem to enjoy it, but that is something if you plan to check it out, you know, I wouldn't exactly call it serious, okay? You'll see, you'll see. So yes, we play as Jane. We have there are 4 guys. Let's see if I can remember their names without looking. I think his name was Edmund. That's Servant. That's Ezel, and this is Ben. Let's see if I'm right. Right. I was originally gonna try to do a Jane cosplay, but I couldn't find the right outfit for it, so yeah. Another day. Alright, so Lady Jane Neville. That is who we are. And I guess we're also a suspect. Maybe we befell our own death. Maybe we are the cause of our own death. But then again, aren't all villainesses the cause of their own death in one way or another? Mm. I do not remember who I am or where I came from before I woke up as Lady Jane Neville. Unfortunately, all I can remember is that Lady Jane was a noble villainess in a romance novel. Even more unfortunately, Lady Jane is now me. Now I need to figure out who Lady Jane's former fiancé is and why he keeps trying to assassinate me. So yeah, we need to survive. I was right, it is Edmund. I did say Edmund, didn't I? I did say Edmund, right? I swear I did. Alright. So, quote unquote, I am here to make sure you get into no further trouble, or that you only get into trouble with me. What kind of trouble? Trouble, trouble, or trouble? There's multiple kinds. Anyway, suspect 2, Prince Edmund Alpin. Because you know, you always gotta have the royalty. He's a handsome, chivalrous. I cannot say words. Chivalrous. Pretend I know how to say that. And brilliant crown prince. And is usually the male lead in cliched romance, like I said, yeah. Prince, Duke, whatever. What kind of heroine could resist a man who could make her the crown, who could crown her queen? They're a little small, so I'm like, here, do a thing. Zoom in. There we go, yay! All right, that makes it a little bit easier to read. Okay, so yes, Prince Edmund is a prime suspect for James' former fiance, that he almost cannot be the man out to murder me. Can he? He totally can. I actually still haven't decided who I think is James' murderer. I had all these like theories and stuff when I played the beta. Yeah. Just box cat doing your usual theorizing thing. Alright, and here's the one I'm after. I always like to do good North type of characters. I know, just something about the white hair and the like handsome cold exterior, just it's like it's attractive. Also, he's rich, so hey. That's never a bad thing. But if he is our killer, that might be a bad thing. But there could be worse people to have killed us if he is. I'll accept it. The important thing about plans is that you decide what you value. Choose and do what you need to do. That is good advice, actually. You'll find that he likes plans. He can take care of keeping everything in check and, you know, keeping life not chaotic. All right, so he's suspect number 3. What kind of heroine would not want a Duke of the North as beautiful and mysterious as a name? Duke Isel is far more eccentric than most male leads tend to be, especially given his commitment to hiding in bushes, worrying about sofas, and making ominous plans. Yes, he does have he is a little bit special, but you know, we can work past that. Bushes can be dangerous. I'm not sure about sofas. Unless it falls on you, then it can be dangerous. We got Ben Buren, childhood friend. Quote unquote, I'm glad you're willing to risk potential poisoning to spend time with me. I'm not sure I want to spend time with you based on that quote. That sounds like he's actually trying to kill us. Or like he might accidentally kill us. That's sus. That's super sus. Alright, so suspect 4, Lord Ben Buren. Ben has everything a male lead could hope for, including good looks, charm, wit, and magical talents. Yet, heroines in romance novels never choose the loyal yet boring childhood friend when more exciting men are around. Does that mean Ben truly is my friend? Or can an extremely handsome childhood friend actually rise to the role of the murderous male lead? I mean, based on the poisoning statements, that is highly possible. That's how I see it. Okay, then we got servants, who's, literally a servant. I'm low key guessing he's a demon. Black Butler style. But, I don't think he has the moves Sebastian does. At least I don't think we've seen them. Not sure he can fling knives and fling them into people's heads. But he might have that ability, who knows? And I just swiped my forehead with my bloody finger. Great job, Maria. Yeah, if you saw my tweets, on it I said necklaces can be, or was it earrings? Necklaces? Whatever. They can be as dangerous as bushes. And they can, because I actually think it was the earrings. There were those clip earrings, and they snapped on my finger, and it was bleeding for a little bit. So, jewelry is dangerous. All right, so servants. They are a they them. I live to serve. Shall we indulge in your taste now, my lady? That could be translated in various ways. I guess it depends on how your brain works. If you have a brain like me, who can turn things into innuendos, and apparently a brain like the creators, that could mean various things. But let's learn more about servants. So he's suspect number one, or he, they, them. Sometimes a butler and sometimes a maid. The servant in charge of my new prison, charmingly remote manor, is a mystery. They obviously know more than they're choosing to share, or anyone else. Quote unquote. Yet is the story terrible enough that the butler really did do it? Okay, so crazy little, should I give this theory now? I don't know. I have a feeling he's very important to the whole thing that's happening. Like he's definitely, I feel like, playing a part in it. Like either the mastermind or what? Who knows? Maybe he's God. Okay, maybe probably not. I'm still going with the demon theory. All right. So yes, we got animated characters, backgrounds, cutscenes, all very beautiful. So yeah, also, you probably guessed this to begin with, but this is a visual novel. That was another thing I noticed with some streams I watched last night. I don't think they expected it to be a lot of words. So yeah, there's a lot of words in this. It's a good story. It's a fun story. But it's a story, a game with words. Lots of words and lots of innuendos. So, just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind and keep an open mind as well. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Glad we agree. All right. So we're going to guide our villainous by going on investigations, fighting battles, and making choices that fend off your death. When the story you're trapped in hates you, you'll need to make hard choices that lead the villainous to romance, revenge, or even a revolution. Ooh. I want the revolution! The revenge seconds. And surprisingly, the romance last. I want destruction. Okay. I embody the villainous persona for a reason, okay? To guide your villainous toward the love or single life of your dreams, you also have access to an animated love menu. Just know that your choices will slowly change the lovers that your villainous has available. Right, so 60 plus hours gameplay over the 4 routes. Each of the 3 main routes, Edmund, Isla, and Ben, offers 3 diverse subroutes and mysteries, as well as 10 different good endings and 30 bad endings. Yay! After you conquer the 3 major routes, there will be one final mystery to solve. So I'm gonna guess that this 60 plus hours of gameplay is gonna be in the full version. Because, like, dang girl, that's a lot for a demo, if that is for the demo. Right. Your decisions in the story matter and determine whether you live, die, find a lover amongst 5 possible partners, including 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 non-binary character. Forge a life alone, or pursue secret endings. Shape your villainous fates, no matter how tragic or triumphant it may be. Alright. Okay, so you have multiple levels of difficulty. So you can play in story mode and get in-game indicators about your likelihood of survival, which that's boring. So we're going to be playing in detective mode to survive with your wits alone, because we like suffering. Play your way, use our save load system to save at nearly any point in the game. You can also skip and move backwards through scenes, or use the chapter system to revisit or skip any chapters you have played. You can even skip the entire common route after playing it once. Okay, that's actually kind of nice, actually. I actually really like that. Because you know how when you play like otome games, like if you play otome games on the Switch, like to go through the common route, you're pressing to get to like another love interest. You're pressing the skip button a lot. So if you can bypass that entirely and just skip the entire common route altogether after the first playthrough. That's nice. Alright, so Best Light Productions, they are 2 ladies who love villainous otome isekai genres. Yay! We support that type of love. Villainous otome for the win. Right. Alright, so we got Emily and Tanya. Those are the names of the 2 ladies who are the leads of Best Laid Productions. We have Soulmate Studios, Komochi. This is gonna be a lot of names. A lot of these I don't think I can pronounce. I'm gonna butcher so many of these if I try. But yes, give props to all of the people who helped make the game. Give them some give them some respect for their efforts. Give them all respect for their efforts and their wonderful creations. Alright. So, content warnings. So, like as I said, this is a kind of sort of horror genre. So there's some psychological horror, implied violence, mild gore, suicidal ideation, and trauma. Yay! As well as actual deaths and a bad ending. Yay! Specifically, the demo includes an injury to the neck of the main character that draws blood, as well as a bad ending involving an enclosed space. There are some light effects in the game, and some of the moving animations may trigger motion sickness in people prone to vertigo. Especially this one particular scene. I remember. Just... It's like, woo! It's there for a reason. I actually, like, mentioned it in my beta test thing, because I'm like... But yeah, there's a reason it's there. I don't know the reason, but I imagine it has something to do with the plot. I have theories on it. But yeah, it's visually, it can trigger a little motion sickness. Like, I know my dad, who's sensitive to like motion sickness and stuff. He would not vibe with that one scene. I don't know if they kept the exact same, but if it is, you know, you'll know it when you see it. Alright, there are also optional scenes involving spicy, though not explicit, sexual contents with each of the 5 possible love interests. Player caution is advised. Alright, and here's some other games that also have a otome, also of the otome genre. We've played a few of them. We did Silent Kingdom, Snow White Ashes, Thorn for the Villain, Mask Beyond Lies, and Dual Chroma. All great games I really enjoyed. So yeah, available for Windows and Mac. So that's the page. Let me go. Now I'm going to take you through to Kickstarter. It's also available on Steam. So if you're a Steam player, you prefer Steam over itch.io, it's available there, the demo. So if that's your preference, that's a thing. I'm so great with words. Okay. So yes. Okay, yeah. Ignore it. I need to go to the... Yeah, yes, I backed it, okay. So... How do I go to their page? You know, I'll just go to it from here. Here we go. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, never mind. I know what I'm doing, I swear. Here we go, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so yes, if you didn't know, they actually met their base goal within the 24-hour mark. So yay, congratulations on that. So yeah, we got through that. All right, so you're probably interested in the tiers and the you know, rewards and stuff. Okay, so demo is 2 to 4 hours of gameplay. 1 deduction puzzle, 1 bad ending for a suspicious love interest, and over a dozen secrets. What you find? Oh god. Can you find what is lurking in the shadows? We'll have to see. Although I would say, like, this goes for any otome game, any visual novel game. I would say, at least for me, gameplay kind of varies from person to person. I'm gonna put myself in. I'm putting the, because I'm moving and like, you can't see anything. Hi. Nice to meet you. You're kind of round one. I wanted to do, Oh, wait, I don't have cutout. Okay. Oh, well. Okay, let's just keep going with this for now. I need to figure out how to do that green screen thing in the back where it just holds your form. Okay, anyway, yeah. As I was saying, visual novels, at least in my case, they vary person to person, and I did see that for some other people. So but that goes for not just this game, but all games, all visual novel games. Uh, the time of a playthrough varies between person to person due to either like reading speed or like if you're a streamer, you're also doing commentary and stuff. So obviously that's going to make things a little longer. Like sometimes I can turn a 2-hour gameplay into a 5-hour gameplay. So, you know, it varies. But yeah, that's a base estimate. Probably if you're not streaming or if you're just reading by sites and not out loud, 2 to 4 hours would be accurate in that case. There actually is a huge difference between reading aloud and reading in your head. Anyway, yeah. All right, so yeah, we already met the characters, Jane, Edmund, uh, Ezel, and Ben, and servants, and Raymond Alpin? Hold up. Edmund? I didn't know he had a brother. Okay, so let's look at this. Because apparently I miss this. What if this is like Edmund's alter ego, the evil one? Maybe this is the one who killed us. But they're the same person. Maybe. Or maybe they're just twins. Right. So yeah, he seems to have a thing against us. Rude. Okay, so Raymond Alpin, murderous extra. All right, so we're going through this brand new together. So Raymond Alpin appears to be an even shinier, more dangerous-looking double of the Crown Prince Edmund Alpin. They even shared a last name. A man with so little available information is usually a minor character. However, could someone this shiny really bathe in the background? If Edmund is royalty, does that mean he wants the crown of Jane's guillotined head? He's gonna wear a head on his head? I think his people would be a little worried. They'd be a little terrified. I would. We got Roshan. Hello. I will beg for anything you want. Okay. And I hope I can make you beg in return. Okay, I'm liking this already. Roshan, death by pectorals. I love that death. That's the ideal death. We can die peacefully if that is how we go out. But anyway, yeah. Single names are usually reserved for the stars of the stage. Given Roshan's otherworldly beauty, he could easily join the ranks of those so charismatic they no longer need further introduction. However, this is a mystery murder mystery, whatever you want to call it. How could a man this striking have no information on who he is or why he appeared? Roshan is unlike anyone in this tale, and that means he might have a unique role in the story, such as being the person responsible for Jane's imminent death. I mean, I'm not complaining if he is. Alright, so, quote unquote, how can you trust me even now? You've seen how little words are worth. Mystery person. Ooh. Alright, when you have read too many bad romance novels, there are characters that you forget, or that you never even knew existed. Sometimes it feels as if there are someone important that no one remembers. Someone who is concealing a vital truth that Jane needs to know. Can you uncover the truth that will set Jane free or destroy her completely? We'll have to see. Okay. So yes. Alright, so yeah. So yeah, animation, gameplay. Alright, rewards. Here we go. This is what you want to know. So if you do want to support the Kickstarter, these are the available rewards. $5. The first day rewards for the merchant is already over because the first day of the game release has already passed. So unfortunately, I do not believe that one is available anymore. But you can do $5 for a commoner, where you receive access to the Kickstarter backer only posts and high-res digital wallpaper. $25 for Baron Baroness. You receive a digital code for Save the Villainess on Steam or itch.io and receive a thank you card from the cast. So yeah. So this would be the lowest tier if you want the game itself. Unless Merchants is still available, but I don't think it is. But also don't quote me on that because I'm not an expert on the Kickstarter stuff. I just support them. I just give them my money. So yes, we got Countess or Counts. Receive over 100 digital mailing lists, only character cards, thank you video, and digital illustrated walkthrough. I believe that also includes the game. Yeah, I believe anything from 25 up will include the game in it. Alright. So, digital art book and illustrated lore book. I almost thought about buying the lore book, but nah. Like I said, suffering. Difficulty. Alright, $100 Duke Duchess. Receive the digital character diaries, in-game credits, and early access to a pre-launch game build. So yeah, that's the one you're going to want to go to if you want early access. So if you want to be the first to try the full game out. So that would be at the $100 mark. And we have limits for the other ones too now. King Queen, $30 limits. Receive 2 personalized thank you videos from your favorite characters, addressed to you and using information provided by you. $200 tier, Ruler of Ravens. Name the game's ravens and receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including 1 from your raven. It's like you pay that and you just name the Raven. I knew a girl in middle school named Raven. Ruler of Rats for 200. In that tier, name the characters Rats and receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including 1 from your new rat friend. Same with a squirrel. You name it, 3 personalized thank you videos. Another $200 tier, Ruler of Swords. You can name Edmund's sword and receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including from Edmund and his sword. I'm sorry. You'll understand later, okay? I swear. Hello. Thank you for the raid, Ayla. Welcome in. I'm going over. We're gonna be playing Save the Villainous tonight. I'm going over the Kickstarter page and what you can get if you want to support them. How was your stream? There's a certain part I'm really excited to get to. Oh, you finished finished the Twisted Wonderland events. I'm planning to do that tomorrow. I played it yesterday, but I didn't have enough of the little drink things, so I've been working on that. So I'm gonna try to build it up so I can just, go straight ahead. So that'll be tomorrow for me, but yay, nice. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that stream and had a good time. All right, so we have another tier 250. You can name the game's feet fish. It's like an axolotl, I think is what it's called. It's kind of random, but also kind of cute. But when you look at its teeth, a little scary. It's a mixture of emotions. So with him, you'll receive a personalized thank you video, including one from your new fish friend, feet friend. Which I would imagine, considering this is their logo, I imagine this is the mascot for their company, their little production. Sorry. For $1,000, you can create Jane's friend. Again, receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including one from Jane and your character. For another 1,000, create Jane's patron. Create a patron, receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including one from Jane and your character. And for 1,000, sponsor an in-game CGI chosen from scenes from the game and receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including characters responding to CGI. That's actually kind of cool. And last tier, create an animated in-game portrait and receive 3 personalized thank you videos, including characters responding to your portrait. Oh, that's cool. So you'll actually be kind of like in the game. That has a limit of 8, so if you want to go big, go hard. Sorry. If you have the money. That might be a tier to consider. If it's not all taken. But yeah. So that's some of the rewards and stuff. Let's look at stretch goal. So we already received shirtless rights from male love interests. 30k, teenage sprites, extended flashback. 35k, more poses. Pretty cool. 40k, more animated animals. 45k, more animated mysteries and rules. I actually like that one. 50k, ooh, all bad endings are fully animated. Ooh, let's get to there, okay? Oh, 55k, extra romantic scene in CGI kiss of Roshan. Okay, now let's get to 55k. And 60k animated kisses with Soulmate Studio CGIs. So let's get to the 55k. Thank you. So yeah, they have add-on rewards. You can get a copy of the game, which I actually, you guys are gonna be the first to know. I actually, when I backed them, I actually did buy a copy of a copy of the game, which when the game is done, and the rewards are delivered, I plan to give that copy away on stream to someone on stream. So some lucky viewer of mine will receive a copy of Save the Villainous once the full game's out. So digital art book, digital lore book, digital walkthrough, digital character diary, and digital character cards created for Save the Villainous on the mailing list. They're cute. I like the cute little chibi drawings they have for each. Those are kind of adorable. Okay. So yeah, it was 2,000 hours based on animation. Okay, so they expect it to be completed by the second quarter of 2027. Okay, so it's gonna be a little while, but that's natural with games. they take quite a while. Oh, and oh yeah, I almost forgot. Like Kickstarters have this little thing where you can get the little rewards for you know, supporting it on other platforms, whatever. So yeah, that's another way you can support them. So yeah, I'm looking at some of this for the first time too. So so yeah, if you wanna check out a little more, go ahead. They have the link to their Kickstarter in their profile page, the game page. And let me switch off PNG mode. If I can find out how to. I need to organize my sources. It's kind of everywhere. Where is it? Here we go. Yay. Okay, that's the right one. So yes. Hello. Hello. Wrong direction. We are in our villainous attire. We are ready for the game. It's actually why I was late. I was getting dressed and trying to pick out jewelry. I was struggling with this necklace for quite a while because it actually has a weird type of clasp that's actually kind of difficult to take off. So after a struggle with it for like 20 minutes, I decided to give in, and it's kind of just it's here. But it fits the vibe. It fits the villainous vibe you see in the like manhwas and whatnots. They wear jewelry similar to this, usually with a lower cut dress, but that's life. Like I said, jewelry is dangerous. They bite you and they don't let go. It's cool. I'm equally as crazy as Easel. All right. So I got the game up here. I need to turn on the audio. There we go. Let me see how everything sounds. All right. Can we hear the game? There we go. Oh yeah, and they have a Discord if you want to join that, so... And that's a thing too. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this yet, but I finally got around to last night's filling out the form for affiliates. So I have bit stuff now in cat emojis. Let me show you. Hold up. Let me go find myself and I'll post them. Yeah. Cat emojis. Because that's all I could think of in a short amount of time. Oh yeah, and also a random Rick. A random Rick roll. Yeah, things. So yeah, anyway. Game, right. Let's go. Alright. Might want to turn it up a bit. Alright. Let's try that. Alright, let's start. Just gonna let the butterfly do its thing. Like the one I saw in the trail earlier today that was fighting the, spider? Yeah, there was a butterfly, monarch butterfly that was, like, fighting a spider. They were, like, they were facing off. They were facing off each other and kind of, like, hopping around, kind of like some kind of battle scene. It was interesting. It was special. I didn't stay to see who was the winner, so... Yes, we shall begin, okay? Let's do this. Alright, what is my season of birth? Well, if you did not know, I am a winter girly. Even though I don't like winter. But unfortunately, I was born in winter. I was cursed from the very beginning. Winter for my cold, dead heart. I'm joking, I'm joking. One who is born in winter sees the dead more clearly. Yeah, I see ghosts every day, totally. After all, bodies last longer in the cold. I mean, that is true, but... Regardless of your unfortunate birth, we must move onwards. What is that? Do you feel that something is lacking? Would you like some way to make this more about you? Very well. Your tastes are of the highest priority. Okay. So, I'm a cake girly. I like myself cake. The food cake. Although when my 2D husbandos have some cake, I'm not complaining about that either. I'll accept that kind of cake too. Now this will be entertaining. Let them eat cake indeed. Indeed. Actually, like, this is kind of funny. Oh, I don't know if it's funny. My friend in high school, she used to be into tarot cards, and she did my fortune, or whatever you call it, once. And apparently I was Marie Antoinette in the past. I don't think I believe it, because she didn't have any proper training, but I'm pretty sure there's something wrong, and I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know much about tarot. For all I know, maybe I was Marie Antoinette in a past life. You have exquisite taste. In your mouth, anyway. Rude. Were you expecting more questions? Kind of, maybe. I don't know. More focus on your desires. That time has passed. After all, yours is not the only story. Not the only story. The only story. Your story. But I thought ours wasn't the only story. Liars. Nah. But just by that one scene, you can... If you're the type that likes to theorize and solve games, your brain's probably already going. So, you know. Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune! Let's play! Jane! Jane is our first competitor. Today's participants. What do you call him? I haven't watched that game in, like, ages. No, I'll keep it up until I'm sure that things are sounding good. Alright. So, the purpose of existence is that one should become conscious. Carl Jung. Ooh, tea! Okay, this reminds me. Earlier today, my mom was using the phrase, "not my cup of tea," while we were at lunch. And something about that, my mind was like, wait, where did that actually come from? I just randomly, my mind asked, where did that phrase come from? How was it created? And it was something like 1800, late 1800s or something. It was first used or something like that in Britain. You know, used for like not something you'd like or something you would like. Just you know, you know. Anyway, yeah, cups of teas. Let's go. Like, if you don't know me, I am especially awkward, and I apologize, okay? What would you wish the world to be shaped by? Justice. You value correcting wrongs. Actually, yes, I do. Is it always interesting to see what is fixed by undoing harm and what is broken? He left. He's leaving us. It's okay, I still have 2 husbands left. What do you do when faced with a challenging problem? I panic. I panic, that's what I do. That's not an option? Okay, cool. Well, in that case, follow the rules. Rules provide a key for problem solving. So long as your problem is a lock that fits. Not him too! I'm losing another one, I'm gonna be a winner before you know it! Which is more important to you? To love your strength and your own strength. That is an important goal to have. But apparently my earring doesn't agree. Oh, I wonder what happens if you just let the timer pass and don't answer anything. Someone try that. Someone try that. Actually, can we go back? We can. Okay, so yeah. Okay. We do it for Ben. So yes. Husband 2 has left the building. Husband 3. Okay, we're just gonna let the timer go and see what happens, okay? It is hard to decide whether to stand alone or seek out imperfect but loving others. It's just hard to decide in general, honestly. No relationship with yourself or those around you can be perfect. Look, looking around my webcam. Okay, I'm moving this right over here, okay? Do not let fear of building those connections keep you from the support you need. Should I screenshot that and put that as a motivational thing? No, I'm actually horrible at connecting with people. I do want to fix that. But, you know, history. They're all ghosts! They're all dead! They all died. What if the swirly thing was us actually going back in time? They all died. All of them died. We went back in time to a time when we almost died. Ironically. Maybe they died trying to protect us from the thing we almost died from. Ah. But maybe. You never know. Where am I? Who am I? And why am I in this strangely moving carriage? Girl, you have a little blood drop going down. You might want to, wipe that up. I'm just saying. Just, hold up, girl. Okay. There you go. You're good. A strangely moving carriage with comfortable seat cushions. Very comfortable seat cushions. I almost feel as though this carriage is resting on elephants. Is it moving that slowly that it feels like we're riding on an elephant? I've never rode an elephant. Actually, that'd be kind of fun to do. See, I can't quite, like, compare what riding an elephant is to her riding on the carriage, but I'm gonna assume it has something to do with emotion. Elephants atop an even bigger tortoise as it slowly swims through space. That makes so much sense. I'm not sure about the swimming through space part, because how did an elephant get there? Does the tortoise have, like, jetpacks? The elephant jumped on top of the tortoise's back. The tortoise is abnormally huge. It has jetpacks, and slowly it's shot their way up to space. Is that what happened? Is that what I mean? Okay. The world is weird. No, I will not be distracted. Why do I not remember anything? After all, while I know that I sleep soundly, this entire situation is very strange. Hold on. I do remember something. I know that I sleep soundly. Unfortunately, that is not exactly the most useful knowledge to remember. Perhaps I can recall something else if I think deeply. What else do I remember? I know that I can catch sweet fish through my amazing dancing skills. But this fact is not going to be useful to me right now. But maybe it will later. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it is if this piece of information is actually used later. If we actually do catch feet fish with our dancing skills later on. I have more immediately important things I need to remember. For one, what kind of person was I? Why am I traveling somewhere in a slow-moving carriage, on lush, comfortable, yet oddly ominous cushions? And why is my neck so sore? If I reach up to touch it... That's a lot of blood falling on her hand. Yeah, same girl. Well, we can just wipe it on the dress. The dress is already ruined. We're gonna have to throw the thing out anyway, so... And I just noticed the embroidery, or whatever you call it, the lace, they're in the shape of butterflies. That's cute. That's creative. Am I crazy or is that like a 3? I think I'm just crazy. It's cool. Well, now I have another question. Why is my hand covered in blood when I touch my neck? Is someone trying to kill me right now? Are these incredibly large cushions murder weapons? I mean... Now listen here. At first sight, cushions seem innocent. But if you use the cushion correctly, they can be deadly. Suffocatingly deadly. Honestly, anything can be a weapon. Why do I know how to murder someone with a cushion? I have to calm down. If I'm gonna survive and determine what is happening, I have to be serene. Alright, we're going into Zen mode, everyone. Breathe in. And breathe out. Which is hard to do when my neck is covered in blood. Serene. Think serene thoughts. At least my head is still attached to my strangely sore neck. See, that's a plus. Our head is attached. We are intact. A little messed up, but we are intact. As far as I know. Oh yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know what the villainous genre is, so usually in the villainous genre, you see it on like manhwas, or like what do you call them? Not graphic novels, but oh, I forget what they're called, but yeah, anyway, usually in those stories, things can either go one of two ways, or, well, they can go other ways, but usually it either goes the path of regular, everyday, average girl dies and gets reincarnated as a character in a game, a book, or a story. I guess book story is the same. So that's one of the way the villainous genre can end up. And they end up in the villainess's body at the story, who the villainess in that story ends up, you know, they're a villainess. They do bad things. They're a mean person. And they end up getting their due by usually beheading, or being what's it called? You know, thrown out of the kingdom, or, you know, being thrown into a monastery, or let's see, what other things have happened? Death is very common for a villainess in those stories. So, yeah, if you get reincarnated into a villainess, you might not be having the best time. You're gonna have to do some work. But another way the genre can go is the villainess actually, you know, goes back in time and, you know, corrects their mistakes, learns and corrects their mistakes, and, you know, tries to survive. So in this case, it could be that, but it could also be with an added theme of us not remembering anything. But yeah, that's basically how the villainous genre works. Average everyday girl gets isekai'd into a story and becomes a villainess, or villainess dies and gets transported back in time. and has to, correct their wrong. So those are the, like, from stories I've read, those are the two most basic ways for a villainous story to go, or begin, rather. So, that is an important piece to keep in mind if you want to do problem solving and theorizing and be your own little detective. You're gonna want to know that that little bit of lore, the villainous trope lore. So yes. So yes, that is a base thing to work off of if you want to do if you want to be Mrs. or Mr. Detective. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled game. Because apparently, I know what it would look like to have my head not be attached to my neck. This is not helping my serenity. I imagine not. Serene. I am serene. I thought her name was James. I'm joking, I have a head. I have a neck. I have an arm. I have a leg. I have a brain? I think I have a brain. I have at least half a brain. I was actually saying this in one of the streams I was watching, but if you're going to be transported back in time or into another body, I cannot imagine the soul transporting part of that to be simple. So I kind of theorized that maybe some of Jane's her special way of thinking, maybe you could blame it on that, the soul transfer, the way it works. Maybe there was a little something that happened somewhere in the process, and a little something didn't quite go along with her. I mean, she did lose some memories, so hey, that's already alluding to some, mind stuff being lost, so... So it's not completely out of the possibilities. They are delightfully connected. I have to keep my head. Losing my head would be fatal, figuratively and literally. I am vulnerable, injured, and cannot remember anything remotely useful. I need to find some information that can help me. Even if this carriage is moving very strangely, something has to be making it move. Wheels. Unless there's like little animals carrying the carriage on their backs. You just peek out and you see like a swarm of rats carrying the carriage on their backs. I'm just saying. Consider anything and everything. Even if this carriage is moving very strangely, something has to be making it move. I can hear the horses pulling it, and if horses are pulling it, someone must be guiding them. So if I yell out the window, yodel like hee-hoo. That is odd. The window does not appear to open. Perhaps if I yell loudly, the driver will hear me? Hello, Mr. Carriage Driver? Could you please tell me where we're going? He is not answering me. Rude. Well, if the driver is not doing his job properly, I suppose he would choose not to answer me. So I have realized in my extensive memory of about 10 minutes. If you want to get something done, do it yourself. So what should I investigate first? Oh, okay. I guess, tutorial mode. Oh, you again. They sound so done with us. Do I know you? Have we met before? Not just mirror on the wall? Is that you? So you need a little additional assistance. One might even say help. As always, I live to serve. Plot twist, servant is actually a frame. I solved everything. He's not a demon butler. He's a picture frame. The certain definitions of serve and live. Capturing hearts, a guide. Just kidding. You're not capturing any hearts today. The Villainess' Survival Guide, an instruction manual. It's kind of creepy, this little effect here. What does it remind me of the, it kind of reminds me of the hand. You know, have you ever watched ReZero? You know the hand in the first season, from Sloth, was it? Or Betelgeuse? Or, you know, it kind of reminds me of that hand. Gonna grip her heart and pull it out. Congratulations! You have found yourself in possession of one villainess. In order to help your villainess succeed, you will need to know the following information. Alright. So, symbols guide your choices. The moon represents nighttime. Naturally. It is harder to see in the nighttime. Also, people are more likely to try to murder you. On the positive side, at least your terrifying nightmares and heartfelt conversations with potential murderers might be useful. Okay. The sun represents the daytime. Many clues are easier to find if there is light, and people are awake to speak to you. Not all clues are helpful. Not all people tell the truth. The narrator will not be responsible for injury, irritation, emotional complications, or prolonged rashes that result from gathering clues. We're gonna have to go into bushes, aren't we? Poison ivy. The bushes are dangerous. Poison ivy. Foliage is dangerous. They can contain insects that could be poisonous, or things that bite, or things that are just gross, or they can be skin irritation. They can have thorns that poke you. Foliage is very dangerous. Don't call them crazy, they know what they're talking about. The combination of the sun and moon represent an unusual time. Sometimes one's villainess might encounter a time that is neither night nor day. Strange things might happen when time is no longer in effect. Stranger than taking advice from a talking book. You be the judge. Alright, so the time of day actually will matter in gathering evidence and, solving things and finding clues and all that stuff. The heart represents love choice. You cannot buy love with one, but one can decide whether they wish to gain love or to lose it. Do you want romance for your villainess? Do you want something else? Should you care more about impending murder than manipulating emotions? I think so, yeah, actually. That sounds pretty important. You can't love if you're dead. And maybe you can, but, not gonna do anyone... It's not gonna be much help. You're only gonna make people sad. The red heart represents the affection-raising choice. Is your dream to find love? When a love choice is made, you see the red hearts rise into the air. Love is being increased. Truly, love is all you need. Love is all you need. So long as you do not care about pesky details like staying alive. As I said, depending on who it is, I'll accept my death. I'm a simple simp. The black heart represents an affection-lowering choice. Do you hate romance? When a love choice is made and you see a black heart break and fall, love is being decreased. There are few things more satisfying than reveling in others' misery. Let them eat little cakes. But little cakes bring happiness. What are they talking about? They don't know what they're talking about. The magnifier represents a deductive choice. Do you like solving mysteries? Whether you do or don't, you must survive. If you make incorrect deductive choices, your villainess will face a terrifying ending. But perhaps there are things you can only learn when all hope is lost. The purple butterfly represents a correct deduction choice. Do you like being right? Actually, yes, I do. I really do. Because I can't be right in this house. You try living with a father who's an engineer. When a deduction choice is made and you see a purple butterfly fly upwards, you made a correct deduction. You can then bask in smug satisfaction until the next murder attempt. That sounds good. The red butterfly represents a failed deduction choice. Do you enjoy failure? No. When a deduction choice is made and you see a red butterfly fly downwards, you made a deduction choice that will lead to failure. However, some failed deductions will have unusual consequences if you do not mind the risk of death. I wonder what that means. Should you wish to receive fewer direct clues from me and no longer see hearts or butterflies after your choices, you can choose to act as a detective rather than view this as a story. You can make this transformation within settings. If you have previously visited, you also have the control to skip through detailed, like I said in the page preview. What do we call it? Game page? Oh, ow. You can skip through the common route after you finished it once. Okay. I hope my service is as subtle as you are. There may be other hints and tricks for you to discover, but only if you can find a way to save the villainess. So you're gonna save the villainess or you're gonna kill her? Congratulations, you have found... Oh, we're at the beginning again. We found ourselves another villainess. No. Alright. It's Jane's twin. Should you wish to revisit the assistants or read further notes of use, you may seek me at any time at the site of the butterfly. Solve the mystery, write the story, and save the villainess. I'm gonna have some... This is dinner. I didn't have time for dinner, so... Contact jelly. I'm taking a page out of Shelby from Cupid Parasite's book. Okay. Wait, do you believe you already know it all? Yeah, I'm good. I don't need guidance. Let us hope for your own sake that you are as knowledgeable as you believe you are. I'm pretty sure I'm not. That's actually my huge downfall. I believe I know what I'm doing. I don't. I really don't. But I can believe that I believe what I know. Or I don't know. So, what should I investigate first? Alright, so... let's find something to click. Dang, her clothing has pockets? Or might have pockets. Dang, if the creator of this beautiful dress actually added pockets to it, they're amazing. This person deserves like a reward or something. Because how often do you find a beautiful dress that actually has pockets? You don't. You rarely do. But mostly you don't. Life isn't fair. Well, I will definitely not be able to find anything in my pockets. Our pockets have pockets. Or rather, holes. Because I do not appear to have pockets. Unfortunately, this dress is even more mysterious than the lack of pockets. Why is someone riding in a beautiful carriage wearing something like this? The biggest mystery is, how did I not become naked trying to walk in this outfit? That is a huge mystery. How is this not falling down? How are these rags staying on my body? Still, I need to solve my immediate problem. Why am I riding in this fancy carriage while wearing this dissolving outfit? I like the animation in the back. This dress looks like something that has survived numerous attempts to destroy it, and that was used to birth several puppies. I'm not sure where she got that from, but okay. Hungry puppies. My head also hurts. Was I in distress while it was attacked by hungry puppies? Was that something from one of the books I used to read? So, apparently I read. That is probably useful to know. In fact, this dress looks like something a beggar from a book would wear. A formerly rich beggar. Because your regular commoner beggar, they're not gonna own a dress that has jewels on it. Unless there's some history behind them. Or they found it in a thrift shop. Or they stole it. But when I look closer, this dress appears to have once been very, very beautiful. This was not cheaply made. This dress also appears to have been damaged by not just wearing it, but by force. The dress and I have also not been washed for weeks based on the overwhelming smell. Ew. We must have been held in prison. Otherwise, I don't know why we wouldn't bathe for weeks. That would make the most sense. If I'm in this fancy carriage, why could I not change out of this ragged dress? What happened to me? I was a prisoner. We definitely weren't just poor. We were definitely a prisoner. Although we may have turned poor before we became a prisoner. Our entire riches were confiscated by the crown family, the royal family. Our family was thrown into what's the word? We were lowered to commoner status. We took our clothes with us. That's the only way the poor one would make sense. So I'm going to be prisoner since we were actually like injured, which we're not anymore. Actually, it seems it stopped. Based on the original quality of the dress, this was not made for someone who was poor. This was a dress made for a wealthy woman. Why is it in such terrible condition? Was I kept in a place where I could not clean myself to change into something else? A place like a prison? I certainly feel tired and hurt enough to have been imprisoned. Hopefully, I am not being moved from one prison to another. I mean, if this is a prison transporter, this must be the first class version of it. Is that a prisoner transporter I've seen in movies and shows? Those are just a regular old bus with no cushioning. Even more importantly, I hope that wherever this carriage is going, they will allow me to wash myself in my dress. Girl, you're gonna have to throw that thing away. Maybe she could maybe keep the brooch part, but the rest of it I think is a lost cause. Unfortunately. Although I am not sure either of us will survive water at this point. Hmm? Ah. For she means by us, I think she means the carriage driver and herself. For a second, I was thinking, is there another a person inside her, or are we actually actually here? I highly doubt it. But you know, use the brain. Think of anything and everything. Which shall I investigate? Have I really looked at my hands? I know I was injured earlier and had blood on both my right hand and neck. Perhaps I can learn more by looking closely at my hands. My head also feels like we're split in two, and I want to know why. A good place to start would be for me to find a source of the blood that was on my hands when I touched my neck and head. So let me see if my right hand has any clues for me. This does not make any sense. There was blood on my hand. I know there was. I just need to touch my neck again. Nothing there. This is bizarre. Not only is the blood without a source, there no longer seems to be any blood at all. I cannot feel my injuries. I cannot even detect any bandages or stitches to help stop the bleeding I felt. Even the blood that was there earlier is gone now. My hand and neck are completely clean. Even if I could heal in minutes, the blood on top of the wound would still be there. Okay, so my theory here is either during this whole process of, checking ourselves, we're actually going back in time. Whether it be us or the carriage that's going back in time. Or we are being transported to a different timeline. I think that could also be possible, because if we were being transported to a different timeline, the wounds would disappear, because the same event wouldn't necessarily have happened there. We wouldn't have necessarily gotten the same wounds, the same injuries. So that's a possibility. I do not understand what is happening, but I do have another hand. Perhaps that hand will not betray me. So, what does my left hand have to offer? We were either married or engaged. Mostly engaged, because the story says so. You know, fiance. You know, the way our hand is moving, I almost want to say we have a child inside us. But it could just be the way the animation is. Well, this hand has no blood on it, imaginary or otherwise. I have neither calluses nor scarring. I also have never dug dirt with these nails. These are not the hands of someone who spent a lot of time using them for anything other than gesturing. I feel as if whoever I am linked crooked fingers at people. Or liked crooking fingers at people. I seem like this. This way, darling. Over here. Let's go. The finger crooking muscle is well developed. But why is there a faded circle around the bottom of my forefinger? Yeah, ring. So the butterfly says I was correct. I need to turn that off. Why would I have a ring mark on the fourth finger of my hand unless... Was I engaged? Married? Unless this is the plot of a very naughty book, I'm sure that the lover would not have tossed me half naked and injured into the carriage by myself. Depending on what book you're reading. They might be that brutal. You never know. At the very least, one would think I would still have a ring of some sort, or some sort of sign of their support. I am deeply afraid that my taste in lovers was very much like the state of my body right now. They both stink. We should investigate the settings and turn on detective mode. Oh, it is on detective mode. Okay. Oh, wait, no it isn't. Now it is, though. Yay. Alright. The window. We should know where we are. That's probably an important thing. By the trees, I'm gonna assume a forest. Surely I can learn something useful from where we are by traveling? From where we are traveling? I need to take this necklace off. It's like choking. So let us see what the curtains are hiding. It'd be kind of creepy if there was actually just like a face there. Opening the curtain and staring out the side window was not my most useful idea. There are many trees, but even those strange flickering lights. It is too foggy and dark to see much of anything else. Including the friend of the carriage. Someone must be driving me. But there is something very strange about the way we are moving. The carriage is moving so slowly, I cannot feel the ground moving beneath us. It almost feels as if we are going back and forth in the same place. The driver has also never spoken to me, even when I yelled to get his attention. Should I be concerned? I would be concerned I did not hire this driver. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Why are you not answering my questions? Or at least saying hi? As beautiful as this carriage is, it obviously belongs to someone with a lot of money. I do not seem to be that kind of person who would own this carriage. But how do we know that? And the driver is not treating me as if I am paying his wages, that is true. Servants listen to the person who's paying them. If the driver is not listening to me, then we get out of the carriage and we beat him up. He may not have my best interests in mind. The cushions. Cushions cannot be this beautiful and terrifying without having secrets hidden in them. I will find everything you are hiding from me, even if I have to rip you apart by my hands. Battle! Fight! Attack. Ominous cushions. Like cushion with cushion. I'm ready. Attack it! The cushions loom ominously. We are gonna keep attacking it because this cushion is strong. Shouldn't it at least be losing like some of its like poof or something? What happens if it waits? Will it attack back? It attacks with sparkles! The cushion sparkles in the lights. Does it sparkle in the light still? There must be like gems encrusted on that cushion or something. The cushion sparkles harder. Want to see how much it sparkles? Damn, that's sparkly. That's really sparkly. The cushions are blinding. We've been defeated. Yep. These cushions are both beautifully and made of material much stronger than me. I think we need to strengthen up if we're being defeated by cushions. I have been defeated by cushions. Perhaps there is something I can learn from this experience. Never take on another cushion again. These cushions must be wildly expensive. Like this carriage. Its ornaments contain enough gold to fund a small nation. Whoever I am, I know when something is expensive. Even though, based on my condition, I am not an expensive person. Therefore, this is not my beautiful carriage. This is not my beautiful ride. And neither is this my beautiful house. This carriage belongs to a wealthy owner, someone I do not remember taking me to the palace, to a place I do not know. I mean, maybe they were taking us to a palace, or maybe they're taking us from a palace. I'm gonna go with taking us from a palace. Yet why would this owner of the expensive carriage want to provide comfort to me? I would guess because that's our fiancé. I'm being taken from where I was harmed. The cushions are a trap. What if I say the cushions are a trap? Let's say the cushions are a trap. Wherever I was before, I was badly injured and developed an allergy to guillotines. Even though I may only have a few minutes of memory, I will not be fooled by people trying to trick me into being comfortable. It's when you let your guard down, that's when they're gonna attack. Obviously, this is just a way to lull me into a false sense of security before the cushions murder me. It is not paranoia if they really are out to get you. If some villain plans to make me comfortable before destroying me, I will beat them to death with these cushions. Can we take them out? Can we take them with us? Can the cushion be added to our party? Damn, that's a sparkly cushion. Once I figure out how to remove them... Oh. Did we already do this? I think we did. Well, when I investigate my body, my feet hurt enough for me to wonder whether they are still intact. The good news is that my feet are still attached to the rest of my body. We would not be standing if they were not. We'd be... The bad news is that is definitely a reason for my feet to be hurting. There. There's only one reason for our feet to be hurting, and that's because we were wearing heels. Or walking on hot coals. Oh. Or we had our feet cuffed. I hate disrespecting the ominous cushions, but this is the only place with enough light to see my feet. Unfortunately, not only are my feet filthy, there is a strange and consistent bruising around my ankles. The bruises hurt seem to be recent based on the colors. Kind of like that little animation of us, like, indicating we're putting our feet down on the floor. The way the screen moved. How did I get a ring of bruises around my ankles? Never put your feet inside a bear trap or something was attached. I mean, don't put your feet inside a bear trap. That should be obvious. Although if you're intending to get rid of your feet, then maybe. I wouldn't recommend it though. Feet. No matter how hard I grip my ankles, I cannot possibly create this kind of damage. It looks like something was attached to my ankles. They really had those things tied on there, didn't they? We have our discoloration. I can kind of see the blue and the pink or purple, whatever you want to call it. Something that was heavy and hard enough to badly bruise them. Was I shackled? What happened to me? More importantly, how did someone with heavy shackles on their ankles manage to get out of these shackles? So what would be the job? So what would be the one job I could have done that would allow me to be in and out of shackles regularly? If I'm a failed magician, I'm going to be very angry. I mean, even if we were a failed magician, that would actually be an advantage, because we know magic. It'd be able to help us. Oh, okay. Time to leave. I have realized. No more choices for you. I have learned my lesson. Left to your own devices, you would choose to fight cushions. I must find a way to convince you to make better choices. I have no idea what's happening. No, not the concept of not knowing what is going on. Do you understand what this is? This is a lock. L-O-C-K. What does a lock do? It keeps things out. Yes, it locks. In this case, one of your options is locked. Because of your previous terrible choices, the path that would proceed to a better future is closed to you. Should you make clever choices, or rather, if the villainess makes clever choices, a better path will be unlocked and available. Wait, do not be too eager to ignore the path that will end in failure. In a world of many possibilities, there are some things you can only learn when all hope is lost. Will you lock yourself to the story you most want to hear? Or Can you open yourself to the truth? I have realized. I'm in serious danger. It's like that one, do I have it here? Hold up. Here it is. Did play? I didn't hear it.
I'm in danger!
There we go. We are. We most certainly are. No memories. We're in a... Well, something obviously happened here, if our trust is anything to go by. The cushions have defeated us. If we're not in danger of cushions, we're in danger of whatever the heck chained and shredded us. Freddy Krueger attacked us. Don't fall asleep, Jane. Don't fall asleep. While I might not remember my name, I certainly remember power. Unfortunately, I also know that I currently have none. I was injured and imprisoned, lost a long-term engagement or a marriage, and am currently traveling to an unknown location surrounded by ominously comfortable pillows. Or cushions. However, this is not how I always lived. I was obviously once wealthy. My clothes are only still attached to my body because they are made of fine, expensive material. How else could they survive both prison and hungry puppies? On the literal other hand, my poor fingers have obviously never faced a choice more serious than which servant to crick my pointer finger at before I ended up here. So how did I go from luxury to misery to this beautiful carriage? After using the investigative genius, I can safely say it is because I used to be someone with wealth and spectacular taste in lace. Yet I was somehow imprisoned by powerful enemies, possibly because they were offended by my sense of style. However, someone with even more power and a greater respect for lacework rescued me out of prison and placed me in an expensive carriage. This is information I can use to survive. Or at least, I could use this information if I was not trapped in the carriage ride nowhere, with a driver who refuses to speak to me. I just need a moment to think. So I guess that's us in another art style. Pretty. Turn the game audio up more. butterfly of destiny. He knows all, sees all, is all. He's basically God. Maybe God is a butterfly. Either way, this butterfly has some magical powers. Or we're doing some kind of time travel, dimension traveling thing. That's gonna have a butterfly effect. And then he flew away into the sunsets, or the moon. He flew into the moon. Out in space. With the tortoise and the elephants. I could have sworn I saw a light in the window. Am I imagining things? For a moment, I felt more real and less like a creature lost in a strange dream. More importantly, was that light someone coming to meet the carriage? That gives me an idea. I know that the patron who pulled me out of prison had the power to rescue me and put me in this gold-lined carriage. That means my patron must have both money and political power. If only I could borrow some of my patron's power. A power that people obviously respect. The carriage is stopping? I have a bad feeling about what the driver is planning to do by stopping in the middle of nowhere with no destination in sight. I have no way to protect myself, with my dissolving dress and unmovable yet ominous cushions. So we'll have to find some kind of other power. With apologies to the revolution, I'm going to have to use the most ancient path to power. Name-dropping the most powerful person I know. But we don't know anyone! Thank goodness you are here, Mr. Drivel. I'm glad you came to speak to me about speeding up the pace of our journey. After all, when I look out the window, I can see the light of my patron ahead. My patron is obviously impatient with how slowly we are traveling. My patron is also probably not a fog. You saw that. You saw the little black wisps of fog or dust or particles. It's not natural. At this rate, my patron will be here before we even reach the front of the carriage again, and that would be unfortunate for you. After all, while I support the right of folks who need rests, not all powerful people are so understanding. If my patron is already coming out to meet us, they might be concerned at the delay. Still, no matter what consequences you face for your bravery, I will support you. I will still be there for your revolution, comrade. Power to the workers who make the country and this carriage run. Alright, they shut it on us. Did it work? I knew name-dropping the owner of the carriage was the only way to survive. The rights of the working class are very important, but sometimes you need to have the power to purchase large carriages to make things happen. Finally, I'm getting somewhere. Perhaps this time I shall even remain conscious. The purpose of existence is that one should become conscious. So when we sleep, do we not exist anymore? I think so. I think we die when we sleep. At least that's logic, if we're going by that. That's the logic. Yeah, I need to take this necklace off. I need to struggle with this a little more. Ow. Wait. Okay, I think I got it. Oh! Yay! Let's see, this is the... See, it goes like this. And you clip it. And then it's like... You try to take it off. And it's on there good, so you have to pull. But, you know... Necklace pulls with it, so it's... not exactly easy. Yay, I feel like I can breathe better now. Yay! I like breathing. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. That's painful. Why that kind of look like a woman falling? Romance. Love. Betrayal. Happily ever after. It's a lie. Villainess. There are so many stories that can take you on journeys to your dreams and nightmares. You imagine yourself the heroine in every one of them. You're wrong. Do you remember? Do you remember your sanctuary from a cruel and unforgiving world? Do you remember the hours you spent reading until your eyes were so dry you could no longer weep? I do. I remember. I remember! So many charming stories featuring swooning sweethearts who could overcome all obstacles to their love. You have spent countless hours with perfect princes, icy northern dukes, and charming childhood friends. Not for us, but for all. But it is easy enough to leave a story hanging. Can you do the same with your own life? Can you walk away when you are trapped in the story? You can't walk if you're hung. You may not have realized, but you are trapped in a tale you once knew well. With the power to write your own story, what would you want for yourself? Power? Love? Or something else entirely? I want cake. You are alone and you do not know what you can trust. Do you seek to keep that isolation, or would you like to risk the reach out? Above all else, a single wrong choice, a moment of inappropriate hesitation, and you will not live to leave this cursed story. If you would protest that sweet stories would not have such danger, remember that not everyone in such tales can be loved by the creators. In the magic of storytelling, for the heroine to succeed, there must be something to succeed against. Bunnies! Magic. If there is a heroine, there must also be a villain, or a villainess. However, the devil is in the details. I like to think about it. Sometimes in the stories, you know, you have the villainess who's the fiance of the, I don't know, crown prince. And then there's the heroine who wins the heart of the crown prince. That in a way, isn't the heroine kind of the villain because she's stealing the other woman's man? So you can be a villain from any side you're looking at. It's all about perspective. It's King Triton's. All hope is not lost. Perhaps you can shine a light on what is wrong with this world. What is the balance between your sins and your glory? Trust your judgments, or be weighed as undeserving. Shall we remember the tale you have forgotten? Shall it end as it began? The story awaits. And save the villainess. Once upon a time, there was a lovely heroine who wanted to be loved. Her golden locks and deep blue eyes showed that she was worthy of the kind of devotion that can only be found in dreams. Though she was but a commoner in the land of noble magicians, her power and beauty made her a flower rising out of the filth of earth. All those who know this heroine told her how special she was, and that she was destined to find love with one as special as herself. Good job, guys! You gave her a big head and she became kind of evil. Yet her beloved was engaged to a wicked noblewoman. Could the heroine capture her beloved's hearts and win their happily ever after? First, the heroine had to overcome the most terrifying of opponents, her beloved's fiancé. The villainess. Look, if some random woman was trying to steal your man, you'd become a villainess too. Or what could be perceived as a villainess. Does it feel as if you are getting nowhere? There are many stories, many truths in this world. This is the one you need to know now. Lady Jane Neville. Who would have thought? She deserves it for harassing that poor commoner. She deserves it for conspiring against the kingdom. She deserves it for pretending she was anything special. Was he not her fiancé? The one the commoner is involved with? Well, he made the obvious choice when he considered Lady Jane's deficits. This is so exciting. Let us see Lady Jane pay. Y'all bitches. Order! I will have order in this court. Judge Mathis presiding. I'm being transported back to the lost shows that would be playing on TV. Hello, Choco. Welcome in. Good to see ya. How you been? We are playing Save the Villainess. We're still in the beginning parts. And I'm good. I'm good. A little tired. I literally only got like 2 hours of sleep last night. 2, 3. And I was running low on time for stream, so I have a conjac jelly for dinner. But other than that, I'm doing really good. I'm happy. I'm good. I'm having fun. Well, it's good for you, so I'm not... I'm technically being good by having it, right? I'm technically being healthy, right? It's good collagen, vitamins, erythritol? Erythritol? I don't know how. Yeah. It's good. It's, what flavor is this? Double berry? Yeah, double berry flavor. Good. Okay. Alright, let's get back. What? The church is evil. He has red eyes. He's against us. He's working against us. He never meant to have a fair trial. We were never going to win this. Everyone's against us. Lady Jane Neville, you stand accused of harassing a promising and productive citizen of the great kingdom of Carcosa. I mean, it's not good to harass people, but since when does harassing someone become a matter of a reason to send you to jail? Unless no, actually, it depends on the definition of harassing. What the harassment is. Like if she just, like, poured water on her head, I think you're going a bit overboard, throwing her in jail and having a court case. But if Jane poured acid on her, then, you know, she might be rightfully in the right place. So can I know a little bit about your law system, Mr. Judge? Can I read the, whatever your rules are here in this land? You love harassing people. But she is very pretty. I love to get up. Do you believe yourself to be above the law?
Yes.
Do you understand the seriousness of your situation?
No.
You have no defenders. There are no supporters to speak for you, and your own fiancé has... If I might interrupt. Not until the verdict is pronounced. This is an impartial court. Lady Jane must be sentenced to execute... I insist. As the fiancé of Lady Jane Neville, I invoke my legal right to speak to her fate. Proceed. Does the court truly wish to make such a quick decision on her fate? To truly reflect and understand her actions, she must be removed from the situation. I call for exile. Honestly, I'd rather have exile than death. That sounds fine. I'll just, you know, I'll build a farm, grab some animals, I'll sell some veggies, and, you know, we'll live a very humble life. Order! I will have order. By the rights of the laws of Carcosa, the fiancé of Lady Jane Neville has determined her sentence. Lady Jane Neville is hereby condemned to exile. So all this time, you were the one who planned this. My fiancé. My beloved. My betrayer.
Can we, like, hit him before we leave or something? Is that okay? Is that allowed? I think he deserves at least one slap.
Exile for one without support is the same as execute. I guess he died. How attached are you to your head, my lady?
Very.
Or maybe not so much. What in the ominous cushions was that? I think I just barely survived a potential murder attempt from my silent carriage driver. Was that murder attempt connected to my dreams? My dream that I became the villainess in a terrible romance novel that I do not remember reading? That would explain why I am a rag-covered amnesiac who has a strong understanding of guillotines. Obviously, a brilliant woman like myself would normally play the role of the heroine, but someone must have decided that the villainess could use my investigative genius. Now, I will say I am a little suspicious that we are not the same Jane as the Jane in the carriage before. You know, mainly because of the question mark. maybe in the first half that was the actual Jane, but maybe now this Jane here is actually a, you know, normal woman isekai type of villainous situation. This all means that I am currently trapped in the body of Lady Jane Neville, a woman whose name has evil written right into it. Now, if it had evil right into it, it would be Karen. So if I want to survive, I must use my investigative genius to determine who wants to get rid of Lady Jane. Is everybody an answer? However, if that dream is true, then Lady Jane was mostly loathed by the heroine and Lady Jane's fiancé for being in the way of their romance. I call for exile. I just had a thought. Hold up. So, you know in the game, the Itch.io game page, how under servants it said they were a they, them, you know, neither female nor male? What if they're the quote-unquote heroine, the other woman? What if that's them? That'd be kind of crazy. Not impossible, but kind of crazy, but Oh, it's moon time. It does not take an investigative genius to see that Lady Jane's fiancé will want her dead if she somehow escaped exile. Who are these people? How could a high-ranking noblewoman like Lady Jane Neville be in prison for bullying in the first place? Who cares? The important thing is that I find a way to survive this bad romance. Preferably by smothering all these people with cushions. Once I remember who they are. Serene. I'm Serene. And I'm Boxcat. I am much smarter and better looking than any terrible writer of adulterous romances. I am now Lady Jane Neville, and I will stop any murderous fiancé with both subtlety and my knowledge of bad romance novels. I just need to get out of this carriage first. I guess our prayers have been answered. I did not mean that I wanted to leave that quickly. It's like it keeps going then. It's like, alright, we'll go around the loop another time. It's like the entire time we've just been going around and round. The last 5 hours have just been going around the block. Frankly, I would be more eager to stop if I could actually tell where we were stopping. I assume this is not another worker's revolt. Surely the driver cannot believe that suspiciously a second time. Behave that suspiciously. Am I meant to leave here? I have so enjoyed our conversations, Mr. Driver. We had conversations with him? I don't remember. Our conversations went like, "So, Mr. Driver, how's your day?" Mm. "That's wonderful, Mr. Driver." And that's how the conversations went during our little trip. I will miss them wherever it is I am going. I cannot stay in the carriage forever. Let us hope the night holds something of use. It's a lot of fog. Not even any socks. Somehow this view is even less appealing than when it was through my window. Wait! Are you planning to leave me here? Wherever here is. What am I meant to do now? Hope for enlightenment? Fine then, let there be light. Ah, and there was light. We have become the god of this world. Everything here bends to our will. Including this crow. Mr. Kaka. Well, that was not ominous at all. This place is not at all suspicious or murderous. You keep telling yourself that, okay? What next? Will the dead now call for me? Come closer. Yes, had open your big mouth. The dead are calling. But the dead might be calling. We did say we were born in winter, and they did say we could hear the dead. He's dead. But he's also dressed very nicely. Ah, that is much better. I have been waiting for you, Lady Jane Neville. Welcome to the house. So that confirms that the dream was real. I am trapped in the body of a villainess with amazing hair and poor taste in men. It is reassuring to know that someone in the story is both polite and willing to not instantly murder me. As far as we know. Yeah. Yet, if I am currently the story's villainess, how much can I truly trust this person? I have 1,000 questions to go along with my new name, but I cannot afford to ask any questions unless I am very careful. I must be clever, calm, and in control. And I must find the perfect way to respond to the servant's welcome. This is a lovely house. Do you people often survive the night here? So subtle. Yes, for certain definitions of survive. That is very comforting. If by comforting I mean afraid as yet another person out to murder me for Lady Jane's past villainy, maybe I should see if I can subtly learn their identity. I assume we will be spending some time together. What should I call you that would not make you want to murder me? What would you call him? I'm gonna call you Sebastian. Do you think he'd murder me if I called him Sebastian? Called them Sebastian? I am they who serve. I assume you do not want me to call you they who serves, when I am trying to survive the night here. If you are unable to translate serve into a name, servant will serve us both. Maybe clever is an impossible goal for me right now. So instead, I should say something that sounds like I am perfectly non-villainous who knows how to not be suspicious. If this man is dressed as a servant, and I am supposed to be a noble lady, I should say, time is too important to waste, because we're supposed to be, if you're a noble woman, you don't ask. You command. Look, if we're gonna fake good, okay? Time is too important to waste. So far, I have not been murdered. I would like to continue surviving by asking some more questions and being led to a safe bed. I look forward to you providing me with both answers and pillows. Just not the type that suffocate me. I admire your commitment to knowledge and pillows. Of course, one of these things is more likely to strangle you in your sleep. Pillows? My pillows will strangle me in my sleep? Not if you have sufficient knowledge. Then I will not let myself be defeated. I will find the information I need. I will spend all night grappling with it if necessary. No matter how hard, no matter how long, I will succeed. I believe in your stamina, my lady. Should you work up an appetite, I am here to serve. After all, I admire someone who can handle difficulties that are both long and hard. The innuendos are starting already. I am unsure if you are just being mysterious, or if you are trying to delay before we enter the manor. Time is a terrible thing to waste. Shall we proceed? Let us see this charming house. I hope that it and you will meet all my needs. I hope that we will provide all that you desire. Welcome, Lady Jane. May you find what you seek. After you. have memories of wainscoting. Lots and lots of wainscoting. Good times. And is it okay if we leave the door open? I think we should close that. Time for the twirly. So what do you think this means? Maybe this is when we go in time? Or is the house like changing? So they actually did change that. Because she was twirling at a faster speed in the beta. She was going, woo! At least that's how I remember it. Oh no, the doors are closing by themselves. You startled me. People come and go so quickly around here. Jump, 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 jump. People come and go as they must. Whether it is fast or slow is a matter of perspective. Stop right there! Have you noticed that your perspective is not the same? Of course you have not. Let me try to simplify things. This is Jane, yes we know that. If you move Jane, Jane will move too. See Jane move. Hear Jane move. See Jane fall. There will be moments when the perspective changes, and you will be able to see things more clearly. So we can observe everything. The tatters on the dress, the dust or mud stains. It might not have been puppies that clawed at us, but townspeople. Angry townspeople. Look at this. Boop. It shines. Should you look around, you will be able to discover things that might have been hidden or not. I feel like I'm supposed to click on something. Okay, no. If there are voices blocking what you can see, you can hide them from view while you explore. Ah, I see. So if the text is being annoying in the way, H. going to turn it on. For now. Pay attention, find out what is hidden. But above all else, save the villainess. It's like we're not the actual villainess. We have to save the heroine who's the villainess in our mind. That's from our perspective. She is the villainess. She stole our man, like I said. So, if we're playing it from that way, do we have to save her? Or are we playing it from the perspective of the people, where we are the villainess, and we must save ourselves? Ooh. Or maybe we're both the villainesses, so we need to save both of us. Maybe everyone's a villainess. Maybe you're a villainess. Yes. Speed is obviously something that can only be measured by feelings. He has nice shoes. Much like time. Obviously, I will not be speeding to my bedroom to rest. If I cannot stop going around in circles, both literally and figuratively. So what can I say to move things forward? So this is the house. The house. As you can see, my lady, there are no other houses here. Therefore, this is the house. We're already inside the house! This is the only house there is! We're long past the time of questioning which house we should be in. Certainly everything about the situation is perfectly logical. However, why is the house alone? Why is the house alone? I'll tell you why the house is alone. Because this land is not overpopulated. They do not have house next to house, next to house, next to house. And that is why this house is alone. It might be lonely, but you should be thankful for it. The house will thank you one day, and you will thank the house in turn. Why is the house alone? Is it shy? Did the other houses vanish into the fog? These are all excellent ideas, my lady. None of them are correct, but the ideas are excellent. Ideas are priceless here, my lady. Should you keep several spare ideas at all times, you will be well rewarded. I have no idea what I know or do not know at this point. I need to find some information that will help me stay safe while living as Lady Neville. I also need to find a way to earn this servant's trust, so that they will support me against my murderous former fiancé. Unless they are the murderous former fiancé. Maybe subtle flattery might help convince them to support me. This is a very lovely house that obviously does not always kill people under mysterious circumstances. Yes, I have said as much. I wish more people would appreciate the beauty of hardwood. Well, I appreciate hardwood. I'm sure she does. I can definitely look around and see how wonderful this house is. I feel like as the story progresses, Jane is slowly gonna get crazier and crazier. For instance, this is a perfectly normal ceiling. There is nothing strange about having wall paneling, wainscoting on it. Normal manors often have heavy wooden panels under ceilings that might unexpectedly fall down at a moment's notice. That is correct, my lady. Though I would suggest you be careful where you stand. Why? Is that the secret of the house? Does it destroy people by dropping unexpected wainscoting from the ceiling? That is mostly a matter of timing, and time is always relative. For all the servant speaks of time being relative, I feel that it is running out for me. So what can I do to extend the clock? To learn what I need to know in order to protect myself? Perhaps I will learn more if I suddenly show servants I'm worthy. Speaking of timing, can you tell me anything at all about time? I am very trustworthy. Oh, how wonderful that you are very trustworthy. In which case, the secret of this house... Yes? Is that we barely have the wainscoting under control. What? It is very difficult to tend to places beyond my reach. That is true. Hi, getting like whatchamacallit? Like when you're trying to deep clean the house, it's hard to get up at high places. I am both ashamed and impressed that you noticed my inability to serve. Even though my name is Servant. This is beyond my ability to respond to. Wait. Ignoring their obsession with wainscoting, servants said we. This is a chance to discover something useful. That is not the only thing I noticed. By we, do you mean you and me? By we, do you mean you and me? Are you flirting with me, servants? Does keeping the wainscoting under control mean what I think it means? It could. I am insulted, my lady. I would not dream of being anything but straightforward. If I were flirting with you, I would tell you openly. I would say something obvious, such as, I'm several hundred years, your bone will grow. In several hundred years, your bones will grow flowers as lovely as your long decayed flesh. That's, slightly disturbing. The demon butt loaf theory is, growing fuel. I am apparently very lucky you do not feel like flirting with me. I hope that my honesty does not confuse you. I am not sure I ever stopped being confused. However, I do appreciate you answering my questions. Unfortunately, all of Servant's answers raise even more questions. I have just realized that I have no memory of this person when I arrived at the house. I just knew that they were a servant, and treated them accordingly. When they called me a lady, it felt natural to give them orders. Yet who was Servant in the original novel? Was Servant someone important to the tale? Or just one of the unnamed background characters? Surely even if I was Lady Jane, I would remember her past. Lady Jane could be forgiven for not remembering the name of a single servant. Or no matter how familiar they are with me. Unless they were her childhood nanny. Her very young childhood nanny. So, on a completely unrelated note, how do you feel about babies? That is very unrelated. Jane, where did this come from? They eat almost as voraciously as rats at a corpse. I no longer want to know if Servant was Lady Jane's childhood nanny. You know, she could have just asked if Servant was ever a nanny to anyone, or how long did they work here? Ask about their job history, and deduce by that, maybe. I appreciate your colorful descriptions. Do you know what else I would appreciate? The secret to controlling ominous cushions. Actually, that too. No. Well, yes, actually. But I would like to first get some sleep. Surely there must be some place in the house that is not covered in wainscoting? No. Well... surely there must be some place in this house that has a bed tucked in between the wainscoting. In that case, there is a room that might be of use to you. At this point, it is full of neither wainscoting nor ominous cushions. I want you to lead me to it. I'd love to serve. Shall we indulge your taste now, my lady? And I think I may indulge in some coffee. Like I said, I got like 2 hours of sleep, so... I have a Keurig down here, so... I won't be, long. Actually, let me just go get the coffee candy. Because that actually has actual, caffeine in it. So let me go get one of those. Alright, I'll be right back. perhaps drink two. And the cappuccino can. Coffee candy! Let me finish the cognac first. Food. I'm ready to taste something too, Jane. Some in there. Need like a toothpick to pick the jelly out that's still in there. You know what? I'm gonna switch over to my headset instead of the monitoring of the mic or the stream. There we go. But let me check and make sure it's good here. Alright, sounds good here too. Get a coffee candy in and we'll get going. Just a finger I pricked. Yum. Strong coffee flavor. It's good though. I am definitely ready for something to taste. No, I saw this before, but the decoration on the wall, when you saw it up close, doesn't it look like a chain fence? Oh hey, look, it's the lady in the portraits. Hey, lady in a portrait. Nearly there, my lady. For some definitions of nearly and there. We're halfway there. Whoa. Oh no. I'm trying to think what we're living on. We're living on time. Time and death. Limited time. We're living on a prayer that we survive. It feels as if there should be more rooms on this side of the manor, yet there is only one door. This does not match the windows I saw from the outside. Even the lights I saw from the outside did not match the windows inside. Or lights inside. Then again, Once I came inside, those candles slowly lit up by themselves. However, at this point, I will be grateful if there is not a giant pit I must cross to reach the bed. It's cool, we're just staying in the same house as Beauty and the Beast. It's all good. Is this the bedroom where I'll be staying? Of course. Unless you prefer the hallway? Pardon me? Well, it is a beautiful hallway. You are welcome to stay in it as long as you'd like. Oh, the picture. She looks evil. What's it say? I see an A in the name. Can I see anything else? No? What do you think that is? An N? Maybe? Or maybe an I? A? Villain? Is she the previous villainess? Or maybe this is the, I think I know. This is, they said, that the other woman, the heroine, had a, oh no, but she said she had blue eyes. She has, like, the same color eyes as Servant, actually. Is that his mom? I think that might be his mom. Or their mom. Or a sister? Alter ego? Their true form. Maybe I was right in the beginning. They are the picture frame. And the picture frame is them. They are one and the same. Well, it is a beautiful hallway. You're welcome to stay in it as long as you'd like. So long as you do not mind what comes out of the wallpaper when you close your eyes. Serene. I am serene. Ah, serenity. I wonder what that feels like. Oh, me too. Now that we have something in common, I should ask Servant a question to better understand what is happening in this house. After all, I am supposed to be trapped in a bad romance, not a horror novel. Yet it is clear that there is something very odd about this manor. Or perhaps about servants. To help me become serene, I have something I need to know. Oh, not Villainess. Merlina? Merlina? I guess that's their name, Morlina? Okay. Yeah. I was trying to read it backwards, but I don't think that's anything. And 1001. So I feel like that's also important. Maybe it's gonna be like code. Actually, hold up. Well, first let's save. Where's that menu? Also, let's check these out. Yeah, we don't have any love yet, because we haven't met anyone. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do the second one. Do you usually see things that are not there? Although how can we necessarily say that they are not there? Maybe they're there in a different world, in a different timeline. We can just see that. Do you usually see things that are not there? I can only see what can be seen. So everything you mentioned is visible. I can only speak of my own view of the world. You claim to see things coming out of the wallpaper, as well as rebellious wainscoting and murderous pillows. Perhaps you could tell me what you do not see? Well, I don't see black there, like there is there. But that might be on purpose. You know, if you deleted the doors, they kind of look like an eye. I cannot see your investigative ability. I'm not sure whether or not I was just insulted. However, the only thing worse than being insulted is having to ask whether you were insulted. So, as I definitely understood your clear words, I am now ready to sleep and think about how clever you are. What a coincidence. I am ready to stay awake and think about the same thing. Well, I am ready to take my chances with whatever is beyond that door. Then, while the evening is spread out against the sky, let us go. After you, my lady. This is actually quite a nice room. So the bed is placed against the wainscoting. Were the builders unable to create wainscoting long enough to make a space for someone to rest? Rest is temporary. Wainscoting is eternal. That seems like a design decision that will cause problems when wainscoting starts falling on people just trying to sleep. As I said, rest is temporary until it becomes eternal. Well, temporary or not, I need some rest, although I would like to bathe first. While my thick-coated dirt and bruises might match the decorating here, I do not want to sleep in this charming outfit. New sounds. It appears I have another concern as well. Based on the noise in my stomach, I heed some way to fill my hunger. The bath has been prepared, and food is available to consume while you wash. Still, while the bath is available, I will not be joining you. Honestly, I didn't expect him to, but if he wants to, or they want to, let it happen. Why not? What? I cannot provide for all your appetites and needs. Excuse me. You are exhausted. Still, you need to clean your body and thoughts on your own. Good evening, my lady. May you wake from your dream. I am now afraid if I blink, the room will disappear as Servant did. Nothing is real here. Everything is fake. The world is fake. The people are fake. We, Jane, are fake. Jane never existed here. No, he probably did. I must find the bath before this happens. This room looks as if it's a depressed brothel mated with an army of wood paneling. This line is kind of ridiculous. Where could a bass possibly be hiding in this place? That's... makes both more and less sense than I expected. How did they fit the bath in? You know what? Never mind. I'm just grateful to be able to clean myself. At least the water is pleasant and does not seem to be ominous. Even if I can no longer see the blood I am sure was on my hand and neck, I am at least able to become clean. If only I could do as well for my stomach. Same. Where did the food come from, and why is it being held by a piece of wainscoting? I'm gonna assume the wall paneling kind of just like flipped open like this. And there was food on it as it lay open. And it's not that the wainscoting, you know, grew arms and was holding like a tray of something for us to eat. I am too hungry to care. I will be very upset if I am murdered by a frighteningly shining apple in a glass of wine full of apple juice. In a wine glass full of apple juice. But at least my stomach will stop making terrifying noises. This kind of looks like a person upside down. Well, at least that was food and not wainscoting in disguise. That would be very disappointing if it was wainscoting in disguise. And not very tasty either. So what do I do now? Am I meant to wear these rags to bed? Am I meant to sleep undressed? Knock! That is definitely a nightgown. I am going to assume it was hiding at the bottom of the wine glass. It must be very wet. Although I am tired enough to have imagined the wainscoting dropping it in front of me. I am not too tired to realize that nightgowns fit me perfectly. This is concerning. Why is there someone who knows so much about me when I know nothing about them? I still do not care. Those pillows look so comfortable that they can strangle me and I will die smiling. It is time to sleep. It's actually kind of a cute nightgown. I hope my new dreams are kinder and less strange than the rest of my day. is a strange place. It's pretty though. A scenic meadow. A stunning beach. I think I like the first one. A magnificent forest. Where would he like to die? The beach might not be bad. No, maybe not. Sand all over. How about in a nice lush forest? Daytime? Good morning, sun. Good morning, player. So I am unable to escape from this horror, even in my dreams? Is this meant as an attempt at intimidation? Why do you not respond well to intimidation? Or do I? I know I am trapped in that story I read, but it is hard to remember who I was before this. Perhaps I was affected by whatever hurt Lady Jane. No, this is garbage. If I cannot remember my own past, must I be cursed with ominous warnings meant for someone else? Obviously, my tormentors do not know me very well. After all, even if I do not know myself well, I know one thing. Okay, yeah. Very well, after all, I know one thing. Whoever I am, even if I am trapped in the body of a villainess, the story is determined to destroy. If you take my arms away, I will kick you. If you take my legs, I will bite you. If you take my teeth, my gums will make you bleed. How does that work? I will not be defeated. I will find a way to escape this mad world. Good morning, world. Here I come. After, I find some clothes that are not transparent in the lights. That's also something I'm conscious of. Clothes that have transparency to them. Where should I go to find clothes? I suppose I could go back to look at the dresser. It's probably the wainscoting will give it to us. It's cool. We just gotta hope for it and it'll come. And by hope for it, I mean like going to Sims. Okay. Where should I go to find clothing? I suppose I could go back to look in a dresser. Yeah. Or the wainscoting could just drop an outfit in front of me, along with a large apple. Making an apple sound good. I'm a little concerned about the house's observation of providing me with apples. Is it saying I look like a roast pig? Regardless, I will save an apple for the future in case there is somewhere with no wainscoting to provide me with food, as impossible as it seems. At least I also now have a suspiciously well-fitting dress that will not suddenly tangle around my legs should I need to flee. The nightgown was beautifully made, but delicate things are not very useful when fleeing for your life. I will be a champion, fleer in this dress. Before I flee, I need to find more information about Lady Jane Neville and the people who want to kill her. There is no point in fleeing from this suspicious house. If I just walk instantly into the arms of Lady Neville's former fiancé. Who knows? It might not be Jane's fiancé who wants her to murder her. Also, at some point, we need to see if she was just a murderable face. I don't think she's a murderable face. I think she's got a normal face. I shall explore this house and see if I can find its mysteries, if its mysterious other residents, and subtly learn what clues they can tell me. Yeah. Oh. Wrong button. Oh, no. Return. I shall explore the house to see if it can find its mysterious other residents, and subtly learn what clues they can tell me. Then I will flee in my very fleeable dress. Oops. No, go away, Google Drive. It is so comforting to have a plan. "101 is still there, so is Morlina. So where shall I go now? That was not at all unnerving. I assumed the bedroom was glad to be rid of me. I can only hope that the rest of the house feels similarly. Oops, wrong thing. That was not at all unnerving. Oh, yeah, I just read that. So, similarly. If so, I hope I can quickly find the other inhabitants and get the information. Oops. Okay, this is strange. I could have sworn this hallway had another entrance. Yet I only see the door to the bedroom. Perhaps if I go back to the bedroom, I will find another exit that is missed. Perhaps if I go back to the bedroom, I will find another exit I missed. This looks strange. What is going on here? This is not the bedroom. Hello, is anyone there? None of this makes sense. Oh, I can go side to side. Okay. What am I looking for? If I look around, this seems like a manor long deserted. Not a house that is being lived on by multiple people. If you look around, yeah. It seems like this manor is long deserted. Not a house that is being lived in by multiple people. What is going on here? What is going on here? Don't answer it. The current Prince of Carcosa is behind the door. What do you think it's? The Crown Prince of Carcosa is behind that door. What will you do? Lie. I think we're gonna have to lie. What? Run away. What is happening? Is a voice speaking to me? I have excellent leg and strong lungs, and have been prepared to either live out a source dream or not dream. I have excellent legs and strong lungs, and have been eager to try out my new outfit. Leg tangling dress. A non-leg tangling dress. I have excellent legs. Oh, I think I read that. And strong lungs, and have been eager to try out my new non-lethal, non-letang, like there. Non-letangling. 777. Yet it is strange that a voice in my ear would tell me to run anyway. Running does seem like a better option than staying here, but I need to think first. serene. I must be serene. This is ridiculous. Obviously, I am merely being blind-coded by wainscoting near and more movements. If I move closer to the door... I can see... Oops. Return. Okay, return. There we go. I can see nothing unusual. Nothing unusual for this house, at least. Ooh. How could the Crown Prince of Carcosa possibly be on the other side of this door? There we go. There we go. Alright, yeah. Okay. So apparently Prince of Carcosa is on the other side of the store. I just realized that kind of looks like a tree. Like a what's it called? What gives me tree vibes? It might be. Anyway, how could the Crown Prince of Carcosa possibly be on the other side of the store? Because he can. And he's equally sparkly as the pillows. Maybe he's the pillows, servant as the, picture frame, and we're zooming in on crotch. Hold up. In the description, they said the heroine had blonde hair and blue eyes. Was the heroine not actually, like, stealing our man from us, but was it actually, like, his sister? Or maybe Edmund is actually a female. There's another theory. So in the Kickstarter, we saw there was another prince. So maybe this is the real prince. I don't know where I'm going with this. Everything's like scrambled. My brain is scrambled. Ooh, scrambled eggs. That sounds good. Jane? Is that you? It's hard to see with all this light in my eyes. I recognize this man. This is Edmund Alpin. I hope you're doing well, Jane, despite the recent problems. The Crown Prince of Carcosa. It is fitting that I only remember the handsome prince from the terrible novel and not anything useful. Such as whether or not he planned to smother me with ominous cushions. He did not appear to be smuggling ominous cushions when I carefully looked him over for security reasons. Of course. Security reasons, of course, definitely. I trust you, Jane. I trust you. I'd look for security reasons too, so. You gotta be safe, right? I am not prepared for this. What do I do now? Run away as fast as you can. Flee! Flee like the runaway bride. Hello, Your Highness. Goodbye, Your Highness. Jane? Now this place is pretty. I was saying that too. The way the light is shining in. It's kind of beautiful. I could have sworn there was not a giant hedge in front of the manor. It was very dark last night. More importantly, I feel incredibly disrespected. When presented with a choice by an ominous voice, in good faith, I chose the option that allowed me to get out of the situation. So why did my body move against my will when I had already decided to run when I was ready? The Crown Prince had not even stopped sparkling in the lights. Everyone knows that you do not make dramatic escapes until the Crown Prince stops sparkling. Yeah, it's just not a polite thing to do. You gotta wait for the sparkles to stop. Then, that's when you're allowed to leave. It appears you doubt my guidance. Well, would you be pleased to listen to an ominous voice in your ear? They're like, touché. Also, your advice is terrible. A good ominous voice would at least let me say something as impressive as, "From the depths of oblivion I curse thee," before I had to do something stupid. You made me say, "Hello, Your Highness. Goodbye, Your Highness." How could I be a good villainess with such pathetic words? That is not even addressing the ridiculous run. So you did not wish to run. I had no desire to run so far and hard with some other force controlling my body. Fine. The decisions are yours. You will realize the truth soon enough. And wish you had run even further. You sound even more foul now. Is that the Duke I see? He's special. Nobody could run any farther in skirts than I did. It's okay, he's just trying to be polite and not interrupt our conversation with ourselves. So I am finally free of voices, and in a scenic hedge. At least I can stop worrying about terrible romance novel fiancés until I catch my breath. Nope. She doesn't get a wink of rest. There is no rest here. Not for the female lead. Always gotta have the crotch shot, right? Are we trying to size him up? So you did escape the hedge, Jane? Who is this man, and why is he covered in leaves? Wait, I know him. This is Iso Kuze, Duke of the North. Duke of the North? Romance novels are terrible at naming places. Also, apparently the only thing I remember from reading novels are the descriptions of attractive men. Fair enough? Yep, that seems fair. And that is why it is important to determine whether it is a good hedge. And that is why it's important to determine whether it is a good hedge or a bad hedge before moving. You have to be careful about hedges, Jane. I do not want you to be hurt by a bad hedge. Somehow I missed everything Lord Easel said. I will need to suddenly change the subject to hide my inattention. Do you enjoy lurking in bushes, Lord Easel? Sometimes I have to do things I do not enjoy in order to do things that I do enjoy. Though I wish these leaves would stop following me. So everywhere he walks, leaves just rain down? So with Edmund, it's sparkly lights. With Easel, it's leaves. They just walk around and they have continuous effects on them. Continuous visual effects. Theatric visual effects. Duke Easel's presence forces me to realize that my situation is even more complicated than I imagined. I was so sure that Prince Edmund was the former fiancé that I was escaping, especially since I was literally forced to escape from him. However, a Duke of the North who sneaks around in bushes is both suspicious and a good candidate for being a bad romance novel's lead male. Which of them was the fiancé who betrayed Jane and sent her into exile? Unless, could one of these two men be the patron who helped Jane and me escape from prison to come here in the first place? Who is who? Is Prince Edmund a sparkly yet murderous fiancé? Or an equally sparkly yet helpful patron? Is Lord Easel a suspicious hedgeman? Well, yes. But is Lord Easel also a former fiancé? Could he be my patron? How can I tell? Are you hurt, Jane? Did the bushes ambush you? Why am I surrounded by people who want my destruction? I'm trying to think, how would a bush ambush you? And what scenarios could that actually possibly happen? Like, I guess if you're going downhill, like in a sled or something, or skis, and are lacking control, hedges could invade you. Unintentionally, but they could. They could attack you. I don't know. I really don't know. Probably because they are jealous of how hard you have been training. Pardon me? Jane, you have always been the hardest working person I know. Your enemies must have seen your efforts and grown jealous of you. They have? Then what should I do? Obviously, you must train hard to overcome all future trials. Alright. I feel like a shonen protagonist now. Luckily, I am here to help. By the time I am done training, no one would doubt your strength, brilliance, and cunning. You will overcome every last obstacle. Does this strange do-good North even know what genre he's in? We're supposed to be in a bad romance, not an action-adventure series. Perhaps I should have fought harder to stay with Prince dressed like a human chandelier. Yet that may be unfair. Duke Iso may not be quite as obsessed with training as he seems on first impression. Perhaps he has other sides to his personality. It is good to see you again, Jane. I've been waiting in these hedges for some time in hopes of our next meeting. Okay, that is a little creepy. I won't lie. I'm wondering how long has he been waiting there? Like 5 minutes? Or 5 days? Well, at least he is not only interested in training and growing stronger, he is also obsessed with hedges. Having diverse interests is important. Yet this is still not helping me determine whether or not he is Lady Jane's fiancé, and whether he is training her to survive, or whether he wishes for her to die in some sort of training accident. Still, I do not remember any male leads in romance novels being so focused on hedges. Then again, I do not remember any romance novels at all. Perhaps romances are mostly centered around hedge care. Unfortunately, I do not think the ominous voice is going to help me run anymore, so I have no easy way of leaving the situation. So, how should I answer this henchman? Who could be better friend or foe? Who could be either friend or foe? Oops. My mouse is acting up. Hold up. Mouse is being weird. Let me turn it off and on. Oh, am I forced to click that? I guess I am forced to click that. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't mouse. It's just the way the game works. So you wish to know more about love. You seek me as your tutor. I don't even know who you are. Your trust in strangers and talking objects is noted. I have created a gallery that will provide what you seek. You will be able to judge affection through writing, portraits, moods, and numbers. After all, you love to see success in every form. Do you consider success to bring happiness or misery? Your pleasure is your choice. What story will you tell? Or what story will you be told of you? Right, so we only have one covered. You wish for more options? Perhaps you need some further explanation. I don't need much explanation. I just see a handsome guy I'm good. Just simple, simple. just allow me to stare, okay? This is Duke Isa Kuze. Never mind. Why bother showing the entire man when the only part you care about is the face? Well, some could digress, but yes, mostly. I know what you value, and here is where you can discover the effects of your choices. In this very special gallery, those who are capable of receiving love will show you how they feel about your actions of Jane Neville. For instance, how do you think Duke Ezel feels right now about Jane's actions? Of course, Jane has not taken any actions yet. That is why this answer should be easy. Neutral. Duke Ize feels neutral about Jane's non-existent actions toward him. Fine. Why do we not see what happens if Jane performs an action that makes Duke Izel feel happier? Is that not an incredible difference? Can you not see the joy beaming from his face? He looks exactly the same. Perhaps Duke Izel's expressions are not as informative as we could have hoped. In which case, I have helpful numbers and instructions to share with those less perceptive than myself. Like all good galleries, we have a helpful explanation of the portrait to help those with less understanding of arts. Very straightforward. As you can see, it currently says that Duke Ezel feels perfectly neutral. Should an action be performed that makes him happy, the writing will show the change in his mood, adding or subtracting the amount he is happy. There will also be signs shown at the time a choice is made, depending on whether or not you wish to watch a story play out or be a true detective. You are still complaining about your lack of options, are you not? Very well. I live to serve. What this exhibit is not yet uncovered, you will find a portrait for it soon enough. However, these portraits will not last forever. The choices made will determine who is capable of being loved, and who will have a curtain drawn over their future. Choose wisely and remember, save the villainous. Don't jump in the hedges. Remember what? Oh, thank you, and welcome in, Tanya. It's good to see ya. So how should I answer this henchman, who could be either friend or foe? Prick me. If there's a question that involves pricking, I need the dialogue. Do you plan to prick me? Put another way, do you often prick women when you are training them? Jane pleads that it's inappropriate to discuss such a topic with a lady. They're on the same wavelength. Kind of. Okay, maybe not completely. Well, if you're going to talk about how I am surrounded by enemies and need to be trained to defend myself, Should I not be able to discuss the topic of how you plan to train me? That seems fair, but it is still improper to discuss pricking before marriage. That's respectable enough. That's points for him as a love interest. As a romantic choice. Whether he's our killer or not. Why? Do I not need to learn how to prick others in order to fend off my enemies? No. When I spoke of training you, I was speaking of a different topic. What? How? I was speaking of piercing, and you were speaking of pricking. They are very different topics. Are they, though? They are. Yes. Men can pierce even women in duels to the death. But men should only prick women with their consent and within the bonds of marriage. Or so my father always told me. But we should not yet talk about sheathing hard weapons within you or anyone else. You should sheath a hard weapon in me. I'm sure whether it's the innuendo type of sheath or it's an actual physical weapon, I'm sure it's pretty dangerous either way. Just one's more enjoyable. There are far more important tasks before we start training together. I have a list. Well, I had a list. The hatchet stole it. It's cool. Did you lose it amongst the bushes when pricking soft women while training them? As I have said before, I do not prick women. I have never yet pricked a woman. After all, I am yet unmarried. And I have been very careful about doing my business in these bushes, so... that line is a bit questionable, but... I knew it. My list was somewhere up my sleeve. Very simple. Go to Jane's Manor, find Jane, solve problems. He doesn't care about the little details are something to worry about later on. I do wonder if this is a. Did he like glue actual flowers to his list? How are they keeping their form if they're being tucked away in his sleeve? Would it be squished? Or are they magical flowers? Or maybe the plastic flowers? Either way, they're beautiful. Ah, flowers that can survive in the cold. Mm-hmm. As you can see, there was only one step left. Ooh, snowdrop. He's also a flower that can survive in the cold. Duke Isel, I am morbidly curious about the solve problems part of the list means. I like to believe he's here to help. I'm gonna believe that, even if I'm wrong. Are you here to help me? I assume people are interested in either helping or murdering me. So which of those two options does your plan include? My plan is very simple. I am here to follow the list. I do not see the word help on the list. So that means you are here for murder. I do not wish to doubt your reading skills, Jane, but I am clearly here to solve problems. Do those problems include murder or help, Duke Izel? Why would I help problems? I'm seeing a miscommunication here. I think I need a list of ways to treat a headache. Well, if you need help, I am very good at making lists. I'm sure you are, Duke. I'm sure you are. I think it is important that my list be made accurate while you work on yours. Let us officially add you to the list. You know, if Jane didn't believe he might kill her, then adding her name to the list would actually be super sweet, because it means she's important to him. It's trouble. Hi there, folks. Now, all we need to do is follow my list, and the troubles will be over very soon. I see. I do not see. I think I am more confused than when I started, frankly. Obviously, what I need to do is find a subtle way to learn more about what he is intending. Compliments! I am impressed by plans! I am impressed by plans. Since you make so many plans, you are very impressive. I do think I am very good at plans. Thank you for noticing. As an investigative genius, I was able to deduce your interest in lists as well. I always enjoy discussing plans and lists. I have a list of all my plans, and a list of all the lists of my plans. That does mean I have less space for clothing. But luckily my father's old clothes can fit well under the papers. There's more to that sentence that meets the eye. Why is my mind going directly to something dark? Like his father's body is under his pile of notes. Notes of lists. Is he an assassin? I'd actually kind of like that. It's kind of hot. Come to think of it, I probably need a list of what lists I should put clothing under. It is very hard to find socks now. I'm gonna guess his room is as messy as science. Is this a trend? The type of guys I like have messy rooms. This is starting to become a trend, it seems. Come to think of it, yep. It is very hard to find socks now. Wait, what? Why do you need lists for? Well, otherwise, the sofa keeps eating them. You have to have enough lists that if a sofa is attacking you, you can fight them off with a spare list, so you do not eat your finger instead. Excuse me? Okay, I'm gonna try to logically deduct this. You have to have enough lists that if your sofa is attacking you, you can fight them off with a spare list, so you do not need to eat your finger. Does he live in a shonen anime world where you attack enemies? Enemies are inanimate objects, and you attack them with lists, pieces of paper. And they're carnivorous inanimate objects. Because then that sentence would make sense. But that is the only way that sentence could make sense. As of the moment. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! But with lists and furniture. Make sure not to get the list and the finger confused. My uncle made that mistake. And that is why they called him the three-toed baldy Kuzai. So, somehow when he put out his finger instead of a list, he lost both his toes and his hair? No. But he lost a plan for keeping people from noticing his hair loss. I'm so glad you understand how important it is to plan for luxurious hair. That is something to remember. I'm glad you're smart enough to understand my plans, Jane. Look at my very complicated list, and how much I have done. I went to your manor, I found you, now I solve problems. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Isel. You go in places. I'd love to know how his mind works. I'd love to know how his mind works. It is a little more challenging to have you on the list as well, but I will find a way to make it work. Like that time we decided to learn how to do sword dancing. Sword dancing? We trained in sword dancing? Do you not remember when we decided to learn sword dancing? Of course I do. How could I forget that? Unforgettable time we decided to learn sword dancing. Of course I do not. What kind of romance novel features sword dancing? This one apparently. I'm going to accidentally murder myself if he hands me a sword. How can I possibly pretend to be Jane Neville, who frankly seems more amazing by the minute? All I need to do is be subtle, and I should be able to avoid his suspicions. Yes, sword dancing, my absolute favorite hobby. It is unfortunate that we have not any swords nearby to practice it again. Sword dancing would have been such a great part of our training regimen. However, I am sure we can cope with this disappointment bravely. Very bravely. Extremely bravely. With graceful bravery, almost to the height of the house's wainscoting. like sword dancing, Jane? But after we destroyed the gazebo, the hedge, and your father's beard, it all began on that day. The hedge stuff. We destroyed the hedges, and the hedges have come to take revenge on the brethren. We killed one of their own. And now they are striking back. You told me that you never wanted to see me pricking anything ever again. Then you added, no swords either. But if you like swords... Alright, go to Jane's Mansion, find Jane, solve problems, Jane, sword dancing. This will be very helpful for solving problems. I am sure it will be. Was the problem with that list truly the lack of swordplay? I will obviously need to sharpen my investigative genius if I hope to survive in Jane Neville's body. Who knew romance novels involved so much sword dancing? I suppose that sword training makes sense given how many enemies a villainess must have. Let us hope that Issa's cunning plan is not to have me murder myself. I am excited to see your sword handling skills again. Wear armor because it might be messy. In any case, moving away from my overwhelming passion for training with large, dangerous objects. Would you like to go into the house, Duke Izel? It must have been a long ride here. Surely you need to rest and refresh yourself? Then while he rests and refreshes himself, I can go to the stables, steal a horse, and ride away to safety. In hindsight, that's actually not a bad plan. Maybe a little rude to him. But if our plan is to get away from here, and to leave everything behind, she might actually be onto something. Oh, that's totally an innuendo. If I'm going to live up to Lady Jane's reputation as a villainess, this is the best way to do it. After all, I truly do not want to demonstrate my non-existent sword dancing skills. Even if Izel does plan to train me, it would be hard to continue training sword skills that do not exist. Oh, I understand. When I want something, I think everyone else wants the same thing too. If you are hungry, Jane, I will go make that food. I'll go make sure that food is prepared for you. Oh, thank you. We always work up quite an appetite together. I'm sure once we're married, and you can prick me, I'm sure you will work up quite an appetite. You know what I mean. I will brave the hedge for you, Jane. I will make sure I can feed your appetites. But hey, more points. He's given us food, yay. I want a little finger sandwiches, okay? And a side of macaroons. Maybe a cup of lemonade? I do feel a little sorry for Duke Izel. No, Izel, since he keeps calling me Jane. He is very earnest and obviously not as subtle as I am. I wonder if his angelic face and sweet words hide something more sinister. Perhaps it is time to think things over. So far, I have seen 2 men on this estate. It makes sense that one of them would be James's fiancé and the other her patron. So is the very relatable person, or the very relatable and not normal Easel, James' helpful patron? Is he her cruel fiancé? How could I possibly tell? Especially without letting these men know that I do not remember James' past. How can I tell without letting them know I am not Lady Jane? What will these men do if they realize I am not Lady Jane? I think I need to find a horse to steal. To the stables! No, I just need to find the stables first. Were the stables always at the end of this pathway? No, they were not. I wonder if the house just gives you what you want. I think it does. I mean, we get the apples, right? We got the clothing. It gave us an exit away from Prince Edmund. I don't think we actually wished for Duke Easel to come, but, you know, I don't know, it just happened. But hey, I think it just fulfills our wishes, the house. It's like the fairy godmother of houses. Except for probably more deadly. Never mind. If life makes it easier to steal a horse, you do not ask too many questions. Now, I've never seen it, but I've been told by my parents on multiple occasions when they were young, there was a show about a talking horse. You'll see. So where are the horses hiding? Between the carriage that brought me here and however anyone else arrived. There must be at least one horse here. Are you looking for me? No. I refuse to believe I read that kind of novel. Why would I read novels about enchanted animals that need a kiss to return back into a traffic of men? This is obviously a mistake of some kind. I am obviously so grateful to see that my desire to mount you is overwhelming my common sense. Honey, that's called bestiality. Well, Jane, I can certainly take you for a ride if that is what you want. Sorry. Surely I did not have such bad taste in my past. I would know if I had such strong desire for horse flesh. Who actually wishes to kiss a horse to get a worthy man? I am not sure I qualify as a stallion, but I will take the compliments. Why on earth would I ride a stallion? I thought you were a wedding. She could ride a stallion. Jane, maybe you should look slightly farther over. I'm surprised he let it go on as long as he did. Introducing the stallion. He's not an actual horse, but he could be a horse. I don't know what I'm going. I don't know what's happening. What is life? Okay, so we got the Sparkle, Mr. Sparkles. We got Mr. Leaf, leaves falling, and we got flower petals. I just keep imagining, like there's someone like up on rafters, like, just like with the baskets, just like letting them slowly drift down. Actually, every time I see like flower petals like this, in like a representative way of a handsome character, like in that way, I always think of Oran High School Host Club. Because you know the opening with flower petals and all that? That's what my, the default my mind goes to when I see flower petals and handsome men. And romance. Oran's a good show. I haven't watched it in a while, but if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's a fun time. I missed you, Jane. Ben? Thank goodness. I was afraid you were gonna call me Lord Boren for the rest of my life. It is good to hear you say my name again. Ben Boren, only son of Duke Boren, childhood friend and neighbor of Jane Neville. I am first to realize that I truly do have an incredible memory for attractive men. And nothing else. Did Ben's exposed collarbone hypnotize me so much that I immediately burst out the name that could only be used by someone very close to him? I mean, if it did, no worries. Totally understandable. Ben is not upset, but I need to be less suspicious. Perhaps I can subtly change the subject? You look well, and not like someone who is about to murder me. She's so great at this. She's so great at this. That is true. Although I am amazed that you can see through me through all these petals. See me through all these petals. Why are the petals floating in the stable anyway? I have no idea. Maybe someone was storing potpourri in the rafters, and the packets fell off when you came here? Those scented flower packets stink. Does that mean I'm gonna spend the rest of my life smelling like the inside of a drawer? If you take a shower, I'm sure it'll go away. Think of it this way, Ben. What other foul-smelling objects could be floating through the air in a stable? That face. He's like, ugh. Point taken. I will complain about the petals no further, even if they could continue raining down on me. Have you tried nicely asking the house to stop? For instance, you could say, "Please stop making me smell like the inside of my mother's linen closet." That horse is very well trained. He walked himself right into his stable. No help needed. I'm just saying, I used to do horseback riding lessons. The horses I rode never walked into their stables on their own. That is much better. Though your flower fall was too cruel a punishment for so small a sin. It was not my fault you mistook me for a horse. Though I am impressed that you managed to control those petals. I do not know why Ben thinks I did something to make the petals stop. Has he not tried asking the house for what he wants? I'm pretty sure we're the only one who's tried that. Considering most houses aren't seemingly magical like this one is. Or the house actually isn't granting our wishes, and we're literally just mentally unhinged and imagining everything of that type. The wainscoting never gave us clothing and food. It was all there on the bedside table, just waiting for us. See, the sparkles around Edmund were the sun, behind him. She took it to, up to, 10 levels. The petals, the leaves, there was bushes all around us. If there's a wind, totally explainable. The flowers here, either they don't exist at all, or there really was, they really did fall in the rafters. Or that, that mask creature guy with the pro-nose or whatever, maybe he was doing it. He was sprinkling them down. No, but it's possible we could actually just be crazy. We could literally actually just be crazy. And that in itself could actually explain some things. I do not know why Ben thinks I did something to make the petals stop. Has he not tried asking the house for what he wants? When I said I wanted things, the house has occasionally responded. I assume this is both because I ask for what I want, and because it helps advance the terrible story's plot. But if Ben has not learned how to work with the house, I might have an advantage over him. If he tries to murder me, I can summon one of my endless apples, and the loud crunching noise will distract him long enough for me to flee. However, before I make plans to run, I need to make him think I am sweet and useless so he does not suspect me. It was cruel of you to pretend the animals can speak. To be fair, it was hard to reach you faster than the horse. He's always been bizarrely fond of you. Horse? Oh no, Jane, did you? You do not get to pretend you did not name him. If I had to explain that name for 14 years, you cannot forget that you forced me to choose it. Well, he seems to like the name. That is because Horse is, as I said, bizarrely fond of you. I assume it's because you have something special to attract him, and I have one guess. What do you use to wash your hair? Horse is always eager to sample it. So Horse does not want to murder me. This might help me eventually. Horse also has better taste in women than James' former fiancée, who I still do not remember. Of course, Ben's presence complicates the question of who Lady Jane's fiancé is, but that is a thought for later. Right now, I need to decide just how friendly I want to be with the Potpourri Horseman, given who he might be in the story. I mean, if we did soak our hair in oats, horses like oats, makes sense. But I want to know, I want to ask this question. Did you train Horse to find fleeing women? If I try to run, will I be successful or not? Did you train Horse to find fleeing women? I'm not sure what you're implying, Jane. Although you say that Horse enjoys my company, I'm not sure any animal enjoys it so much that they would run halfway across the country for me. Do not underestimate how much Horse cares for you. Besides, I usually try to avoid fleeing women. Fleeing women have brought me nothing but trouble. Should I be worried that Ben attracts fleeing women? I need to subtly find more about his secret ability to locate women in flights. But it does make you wonder why they're fleeing. Or is it just because he works in a barn and he's maybe a little smelly? The smell of a barn is pretty strong, so... You claim that you normally avoid fleeing women. How often do you find them? Do you just stand there as women attempt to run you over? Do you try to steer directly into the path? Jane, there is only one woman I would ever want to pursue. And I would only pursue her with her permission. This is very useful. Who is this person and how often does she flee toward you? Well, does it count as fleeing toward me if she apparently does not realize what she's doing? Could Ben be speaking of the heroine? Only the most ridiculous of novels would have someone who does not realize where she is fleeing. Jane. You would be surprised at how closely real life can resemble a badly written story. Especially in their world. Jane, I will always be able to find you because of Horse's devotion. Do not worry, though. I swear I don't have a GPS tracker on you. That's a secret. Your hair is lovely. with or without any additional sense. Almost as lovely as it is to see you again. You're so... I am so... Have you lost your voice? Are the words you're thinking too disturbing to share? Of course not. It's just that horse missed you. Just tell her your feelings, okay? Would Horse be flattered to know that I missed him too? I will have to thank him properly. Where is Horse? I could have sworn he was right behind me, beside me. Oh, he's very clever. Horse managed to find himself in an open stall with food, where he can still stare lovingly at you. Just like I do. Think he ever hides in bushes? I could have sworn that stall had bars in front of it. Surely Horse is not capable of removing bolted planks with his teeth. I need to pay more attention to my surroundings. I obviously am imagining things when I need to remember what I see. As it is, I need to be polite but distant with Ben until I remember more. It is important that I do not say anything that could be misinterpreted as cruel or cold. The lights flash, sorry. Like, I hope your heavy weight did not inconvenience poor Horse since you rode him all the way here. Trust me, Jane. I did not inconvenience Horse in the least. Horse is very fond of my weights. Are you also fond of my inconvenient weights? Is this a threat? Is Ben threatening to squash me with his bulky or aim other parts of his body at me? I mean, chest. If you die in that, that's not a bad death. Those collarbones qualify as dangerous weapons, and those spare forearms also look alarming. Look at how muscular and powerful they are. Surely there is some way to defeat Ben's cunning plan to overwhelm me with his body. Like, if he's if he's determined, I'm sure he can find a way to win over our hearts and take us over with his body. You have no idea how much I missed you. Obviously, I am not just saying this to hide my unhappiness at the situation. I truly missed you desperately. Have you hurt yourself somehow, Jane? Only in that I have been blinded by your dazzling smile. Yeah, this is apparently not how the real Jane acts for him. Look at that face. I'm getting slightly afraid here, Jane. Well, I am the one who should be afraid. Afraid that I will miss a second of your luscious hair swaying in the breeze. Luscious hair swaying in the... Jane, did you recently dive neck deep into a pile of terrible romance novels? Yes, we did. If that explains things, then yes. Yes, we did. Ben, Ben. If I ever see a romance novel again, I will burn it to cinders and scatter its ashes everywhere. Now there's the Jane I know, rather than the stranger complimenting me on my appearance. Have I somehow given myself away by speaking too honestly about Ben's gorgeous appearance? Of course, his cunning plan to distract me with his dangerous body. After all, the last time you said that I looked well was when you landed on your head and thought I was that stage actor with the exceptionally large. You finished that line. If she landed on her head, then she was probably on the floor. He was probably standing. She would have to look up. And, well, then think that he was the stage actor with the exceptionally large, you know. Just put two and two together and it makes sense. New information about Ben revealed. Ego? Amongst other things. Let us speak no more of it. We have both already forgotten that memory. Even if you were right that he and I shared some common proportions. Confirmed. Did the actor also have a very large nose? Oh, Jane. Speaking of good proportions, I'm glad that you found a slightly less used outfit to wear. It makes it much easier for us to frolic in this delightful estate that only appears to be partially on the verge of collapse. So he saw us when we came in, I guess? He must have. Because he was obviously referring to the red dress in the beginning. The partially, or slightly less used outfits. So we had a different outfit, but we only came here with, like, yesterday. As far as we know, at least. I am impressed you noticed my change in clothing. Does this mean Ben saw me in my previous outfits? This changes things. Because there are only a few people who could have seen me in that ragged dress. Still, is he possibly referring to some other outfits? I need to pay attention to what he says. Now that I am living in this manner, as it beautifully falls apart around my ears, I need to dress appropriately. Does that mean your dress comes equipped with a shield for falling bricks? If only. Bricks? It's the wainscoting you should fear. He's like, ha 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 ha. Ben, you need to breathe as well as laugh. I remember Ben. Something in me knows him. I know that Jane grew up with him and spent countless hours in his company. I remember nearly nothing about Jane, but I remember Ben. So why am I so afraid to trust him? I need to see if I can get any actual non-joking answer from him. Ben, you are not here to indulge my fashion choices, so why are you here? Jane, you wound me. I always have time for your fashion choices. If Duke Buran will not let me wear a lace-covered gown, then who but you can model it for me? Okay, either he, Oh. Okay, yeah. Have a good night, Tanya. Thank you for coming on by. So either he dresses in drag, or he has a secret desire to be a clothing designer or something like that. That's how I'm taking this line. I can see why your father would object. If you continue to show as much skin as you do, the lace would have to be attached to your flesh. So you can understand why I urgently needed to see you. Actually, I do not. Why are you here, Ben? Where else would I be? I will always race to be by your side whenever you need me. So, you had decided that I needed you? I had hoped you needed me. Once I have settled horse, we need to speak seriously. Can we not just speak seriously now? We have time. I have never ridden as hard or as fast as I did today. Once horse is well, we need time to discuss all that has happened. Preferably over a cup of tea. Assuming, of course, that the tea in the manor is not as decayed and as literally everywhere else here. Well, I could eat the apples, so hopefully the tea will be fine. Maybe I can impress Ben with my courage or my knowledge of the house. I have no need for tea, I have apples, because tea in Villainous was, you know, it's not uncommon for there to be a scene where some chick poisons some other chick's tea. So there actually is reason to be afraid of tea. So we're gonna go with apples. No need for tea. I have apples. So you do not wish to drink with me? Oh, wait. Where are you getting apples from? It is always valuable to keep an apple on you. After all, an apple a day keeps... That is a terrifying noise. Oh no, Jane, now you've done it. What do you mean? Horse. It's like it just comes bouncing up, runs directly into Jane. You see Jane fly off the screen. The only thing that rivals Horse's love for you is his love for apples. Perhaps I need to reconsider my plans. I would need to settle Horse again before we speak. Yes. After you care for Horse, come to the manor. We shall have tea together since we have to avoid apples. It is obvious we have a lot to discuss. We're gonna end up having all the boys over for tea, and then they're gonna be there awkwardly like, who are you? Who are you? What connection do you have with her? I think I'll take horse for a quick ride because he is too worked up to immediately put him in the stall. You seem to understand him very well. I take him for a good ride. Just know that I will waste no time taking the best tea desserts for myself. I would expect no less from you. After all, time is a terrible thing to waste. Time is a terrible thing to waste. Terrible thing to waste. Terrible thing to waste. Terrible thing to waste. Ben, are you here too? Oh no. Oh no. I need to go wash my hair now. I told you that the scent is not... See you for tea. But what was that? You don't think Servant has control over them, do you? Because Servant was the first one to say time is a terrible thing to waste. So what if he, like, took over his body and started saying things? Or what if there's, like, a presence in the house that kind of, like, slowly begins to take control of them? I know, some supernatural element of the house. Now I need to think. By the blood, what happened during those final moments with Ben? We were having a perfectly pleasant, horse-spittled, soaked conversation, when all of a sudden, my head began to ache, and I heard Ben's voice say, "Time is a terrible thing to waste," in an oddly distorted voice. And maybe this thing took over him in that moment. And that was not even the worst of it. Immediately after Ben spoke, I heard my voice say, "Ben, are you here too?" Only that was not my voice, was it? It was the voice of the actual Jane Neville, the villainess who should be trying to survive this terrible story. Unfortunately, the villainess could not just tell me what Ben had planned. Lady Jane said, "Ben, are you here too?" Either murder me or help me. Or maybe something totally random. But what was Ben here to do? Help me? Murder me? Serenade me with a song about horses' eating habits? Are you sure those are the only things Ben Burren might do? Oh, you again. Well, it seemed as if you could use a sympathetic ear. And perhaps some other assistance. I had thought you planned to leave me alone to make my own choices that I would regret forever. I am not sure that is exactly what I said, but I am not making your choices for you. I am here to listen. Honestly, it is nice to talk to someone who cannot murder me. Even if the only reason you cannot murder me is because you do not appear to have a body, and have sworn to no longer control mine. But who's to say they cannot control other people's bodies? If you could stop reminding me that literally everything and everyone here can murder me, we would get along just well. I will avoid providing more warnings, for now. I am more interested in your thoughts. My thoughts is this guy is dangerous, and he's probably either, he's gotta either be the Duke or the Crown Prince. Or actually, no, we now know that there are other characters, right? From the, in the Kickstarter. So you know there's, Raymond's brother and, Rosizel, or, I forget what his name is. But actually, maybe one of those two are this guy here. Actually, I think, this guy might be the, Edwin's, brother. The other prince, or I would assume he is a prince. They look almost exactly the same. Very similar. But it's definitely not Ben, because Ben can't be in two places at once. I have so many thoughts. For one, I thought I understood what was happening with Ben, until I heard both his voice and my voice in my mind. Now I have to worry about Ben being the male lead. Despite this, I was about to say female lead. Now that's only after he changes into his drag. Now I have to worry about Ben being the male lead. This is despite the fact that childhood friends are supposed to be loving but ultimately disposable in terrible romance novels. Until I heard those voices, I was convinced that the childhood friend could never win over the heroine. Thus, Ben could never be the former fiancé who betrayed Lady Jane. Did you not see Lord Bourne's collarbones? Of course I saw his collarbones. I admit, it was a terrible mistake not to take Ben's collarbones into account. However, I was too hypnotized by them myself to realize the danger. I love how much of the sympathy is. It's amazing. So you realize Ben Bourne is a potential danger to you? Well, no. Because the situation is even more confusing than it was before. My vision. According to what I understand, there should be two men involved in the story. One of these men should be the fiancé who betrayed me, and the other should be the patron who saved me. As for who Ben is, Ben, are you here too? Could be followed by help me or harm me. So he could fit either of these roles. So it will be easy to determine which role Ben Bourne fits. But that is the problem. Ben, the childhood friend, is not the only man in the manor. I also met Edmund, the Crown Prince, and Isol, Duke of the North. So now I must deal with 3 men and 2 roles. That seems like a very confusing math problem. Yes, especially since I have no idea why I have a 3rd wildcard here. I do not even know what man my patron is. and which is my fiancé. So what am I supposed to do with the third? Make him my hedge trimmer? It seems as though you could use a guide who could help you. Are you volunteering for the role? I am always willing to give you a nudge in the proper direction. Does this nudge include taking control of my body as you did when you made me run from Prince Edmund? Would you not have run from him anyway? Perhaps I would have. Perhaps I would not. Either way, the choice should have been mine. Why should it matter if the choice is yours or mine, if the choices are the same? The person making the choices matters most of all. If I must live through a wretched story that seems determined to torture me, I need to control my own destiny. Even if you mean well, even if you truly are trying to help me, even if you are right, I must be the person who controls my fate. I do not understand. When I made you run, you called it a terrible choice. Yet you believe it was a good choice when you ran on your own? Well, yes. I am perfectly capable of making terrible decisions on my own. I never denied that. Sometimes the choices I make will be terrible or will seem terrible to someone like you. But they are still my choices. This is my life I am risking. What happens to me must become my responsibility. So you would rather do something foolish on your own than something wise under my direction? I am afraid I do not understand. Look, it seems as if you wish to help me. Goodness knows you might be the only one. However, you can help me by respecting what I have rather bet my life on, my own investigative genius, than someone else's puppets. I will take responsibility for my own actions and for my fates. However, I will always be grateful for your wise suggestions and advice. You're not fooling anyone back there. Does that mean I can still send you ominous warnings once in a while? Only as long as they are the most ominous warnings. Alright, then there's someone behind you trying to kill you. That seems fair. Beware of strangers bearing bushes. Now that was a good warning. I am now ready to proceed. Somewhere. I think he disappeared. So, shall I just walk the hedge till I find somewhere else? That looks as good a place as any. Hopefully I shall eventually find some food that is not apples on my journey. It's kind of crazy how we ended up back here. This house is very confusing. How does the house manage to look ominous during the day? Truly, there are no end to the ominous objects here. If I remember the ominous voice's warning, then I should also check one object in particular. The bushes? Are you a naughty bush? No. You do not seem to be being carried by a stranger. You do not seem to be being carried by a stranger. You seem to be an ordinary boxwood bush. Still, that does not mean you cannot be naughty. I will be keeping my eye on you. I do not think I am a very naughty bush. Or very naughty. Nobody thinks they are naughty. Well, technically, I have heard small children say that they have been naughty before they start shrieking and spill strange liquids on me. I am very confused. Well, is that not how the bush got stumped? It could not get to the root of the problem. Since when do bushes know how to make jokes? I was wondering how such an overgrown bush could be the lead of a romance, but you could charm anyone with your amazing sense of humor. I do not think I am that undershaven. Here come the sparkles! You are the shiniest bush I have ever seen. It is naughty to blind people with your lights. Shiny? Do you mean that all the metal on me is shiny? I suppose even if you are a strange male lead, you still need to have some kind of fancy decoration somewhere. I did not know what else I would expect from a tale set in a manner like this. But it is a gorgeous manner. Is the metal you just mentioned reflecting enough light to interfere with your vision? If it bothers you, I'll reduce the reflection. Thank you for the advice. He can change the graphic settings on the world. Prince Edmund? I called the Crown Prince of Carcosa a naughty bush after previously running away from him. Even if he was not already planning to murder me, surely now he wants me dead. Please, Jane, could you please call me Edmund again? Are the men in this novel very cunning? Or just strangely unbothered by insults? All the better for me. I just need to handle the situation very subtly, and there will be no need for problems. Oh shit, I am gonna save. Hello, Edmund. I was definitely not at all concerned that you were going to murder me on the spot. I am happy to call you by the name I definitely remember calling you, Edmund. Hello, Jane. I am behaving very normally. I am not at all nervous about seeing you again. I also definitely did not crouch down in a bush to be able to look you in the eye. I think they were made for each other. I think these two were made for each other. It was perfectly normal for us to stare at one another through a bush for a long period of time. Bushes are very interesting. Absolutely. There is nothing like a lush bush that makes someone want to stare and sink their face into it, like we did. This is going very well. Still, I will have to be careful because Edmund seems to be nearly as subtle as I am. I'm just gonna let it go. So, Edmund, we have somehow met yet again. Is there a reason you came to see me? I have many reasons. Too many reasons to speak of right now, Jane. At least, not before we have some tea. Anyway, in happier news, you look very healthy, Jane. And not as though you plan to run away from me. I definitely am not planning to run. I am definitely planning to run. Just not in front of someone who could easily have me beheaded. I see the guillotine enough in my dreams. I do not need to see it in reality. After all, royalty can be very unstable. I am not sure why I know that, but it feels true to me. I'm glad. After all, I was able to find you because I knew you would be running in circles since... It is hard to run in squares. You have such a great sense of humor. Okay, so he's either totally the fiancé, or his brother is the fiancé. And it's kind of like one of those instances where the character is engaged to the older brother, but they're in love with they have feelings or for the younger brother, or the younger brother has feelings for them. I've seen that multiple times in manhwas. So this might actually be that kind of situation. But yeah, I think I'm almost confident that the guy in the bushes, not Ezel, the guy in the crow mask, with sword. I'm pretty sure he's Edmund's brother. Because he had a very similar kind of, it was basically the same thing as this, but it was red. So either it's his brother, that guy was is Edmund's brother, or like I said in the when I was reading the game profile, Edmund has a double, multiple personality type of disorder thing going on. And that is the other part of him. So I guess he changes his what do you call it? Depending on what personality he has going. If that is the answer to who's who. I think I'm pretty set on that theory. relationship. But yeah, I kind of like these two together, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they're on the same wavelength. So do you. I'm so glad to laugh with you again. Perhaps this meeting can bring more pleasure than pain. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with I think I'm going with the multiple personality disorder one, because this meeting could easily mean that the other him last time they met was not exactly nice to her. So I think that might be what's going on. Ah, a chance for me to be witty or subtly express my concerns. Okay, what do you answer? Only if you keep your blade sheathed, or I try to bring more pleasure than pain. I'm gonna have to go. I try to bring more pleasure than pain. I try to bring more pleasure than pain. I'm pleased to hear that. Although, technically, pleasure is a form of pain. That is incredibly alarming. I mean, interesting to hear. I should take you to see my drawings sometime. They are very informative about a variety of subjects. I'm a little worried about those drawings. I feel like they're not innocent drawings. What? Do you secret? What do your secret drawings show? How fast can I run if his drawings demonstrate that Edmund takes pleasure in giving pain? Perhaps his beauty distracts vulnerable young ladies before he sheathes his sword into them. There are a lot of topics, although some of the drawings are incomplete. Perhaps you would like to finish the bird? It already has a head, a body, and feet, so you can just... wing it. You are fiendishly clever, Edmund Applin. But I will not be fooled. If you try to demonstrate that you enjoy pain, you will feel my boot against your throat. That would bring more pleasure than pain, my lady. Oh my god, he's a masochist. Okay, I see what he likes. I see what he likes. I see you. He wants that dominatrix type. What do you mean? Are you saying that I do not have the strength to mount you? Are you saying I do not have the strength to mount you effectively? Just that having you on top of me is always a pain. No. What? I really like hardwood. You know how much of it there is in this estate? Pardon me? I was able to get a much better look at how unusual designs in the manor were when I was trapped in the entrance of the place. Trapped? What do you mean? I tried to follow after you when you left, but the door closed and then locked behind you. On the positive side, by the time I was able to exit, I had memorized the design of the wainscoting. It is an interesting pattern. Did you know that there is wainscoting on the ceiling? Unfortunately, yes. However, I want to know more about how you were trapped. It was very strange. The door refused to open when I tried it. Then, once I had focused my attention entirely on the most delightful molding, I turned around and the door was wide open. I went out, and you were nowhere to be seen. But then you were. Did you run simply because you were attacked by the cat molding? It did look very suspicious, even if it is beautiful. Edmund is obviously very clever to notice the danger and beauty of the wainscoting. But does that mean he is telling the truth about what happened to him? I believe it. Did the house truly prevent him from coming after me when the choice to run was made for me? Does this mean that the house will no longer help me if I do not accept the voice's help? I cannot go any longer without knowing this. I already used the apple I had saved in my dress, so... Apple! Where? Jane? I need an apple. I could see if there are any in the pantry of the manor. No need. The house still loves me. Alright, you were saying, Prince Edmund? I am very interested in hearing more about your thoughts on this house, and how you managed to conceal an apple in that dress. My thoughts on the house. Yes. This manor does not seem to be using the design I had suggested, so I was wondering if you knew of any good areas to visit. I have always enjoyed our debates about architecture. Well, that was because you enjoyed seeing me get so excited that I jumped higher than a house. Because a house cannot jump. I'm gonna enjoy spending time with you, Jane. Edmund plans to spend time with me here? Why? I need to find out more information. Do you want to ask me? I believe it's because, okay, so say... Okay, so if we're gonna go with the theory that he has a brother... Yeah, let's say we go with the theory that he has a brother who is the actual fiancé of, Jane. And he has a crush on us. And we might even like him back. Then... when all that went down, and Jane got divorced and almost killed by the other prince, who might also be the guy in the crow mask, then maybe his brother, Edmund, left the palace to stay with Jane, to, you know, so he could be near her. Yeah, Crowley too. It's his Crowley cosplay. A very violent Crowley cosplay. The big sword. Are you here to solve mysteries? Are you here to solve mysteries? And hello, Farah. After all, what could be more mysterious than who is trying to kill Lady Jane Neville? Though how the house has an endless supply of apples is also very suspicious. I would actually love to know that. Perhaps Edmund is here to solve mysteries about myself or the house. Oh, I understand. Edmund has already proven that he is cunning and clever. Perhaps he is also an investigative genius. Perhaps Edmund is even the patron who saved me because he needed another investigative genius to help solve these mysteries. Be honest, Edmund. Are you here to solve mysteries? Or to investigate the dangers of wainscoting? Jane, you're as brilliant as ever. How did you know that I was here to solve mysteries and destroy problems? Nobody understands subtlety like I do. I'm concerned about your focus on problems, though. You do not have a list, do you? List? I usually just solve problems in my head. Need to take a book out of Easel's page. Or a page out of his book. Or a book out of his book. Or a page out of his page. I don't know where I'm going with this. No, like send Ezel to a stationery store and with all of the papers he uses for his lists, he's gonna buy out the whole notebook section. Then you are an investigative genius too. I'm so flattered to hear you compare me to yourself. I've always dreamed of being as perceptive as you. It is pleasing to see that I have improved my jokes enough to satisfy your sophisticated sense of humor. Of course I appreciate your jokes. After all, no one could be more talented than either of us in either investigation or comedy. Still, as brilliant as we both might be, we will need to make maps and sketch out suspects. What would happen if we could not tell a suspicious piece of wainscoting from a suspicious dresser? It would be the end of the world. There's just a lot of wainscoting. I only hope that you are as good of an artist as you are an investigative genius. Do not worry, Jane. I will always be able to draw conclusions. I am glad I'll be working with you. However, I do want to know something, Edmund. I would be happy to sketch you whenever you choose. That would be... no. I will not be distracted. Why exactly are you here? I'm here to make sure you get into no further trouble. That's kind of sweet. The only way I will not get into further trouble is if I am dead. Does that mean he plans to kill me? Or at least that you only get in trouble with me. Trouble with you? Are you planning to cause problems to Mounts? My problems to Mounts? No, I intend to cause perfectly innocent trouble. Trouble that does not involve mounting in any way. My mind is always making perfectly innocent plans. I don't believe you. I don't believe him for 1 second. I do not believe him for a singular second. He has plans on mounting. What sort of plans are you speaking of? Our plans. After all, we always love discussing our plans for the country together. Did you know that the wainscoting in the parlor of our kingdom's palace was the first designed in... Edmund and I had plans for the country? What was our relationship to one another? The only people who plan together are people who are intimately involved. Was I his investigative genius? Did I serve as an aide to the crown? Was he my fiancé? Jane, oh, you're alright? You seem lost in thought. No. For a second, I was gonna say, no shot, that's our ring, right? But no, I don't think so. It doesn't go with the outfits. Is this more black? This is more of a purple, or even maybe even a blue. Although I see it as more purple-ish. Here, maybe, what was it? G? H? Okay, H. Yeah, no, it's not. It's too... The width of it is too large for her finger. If you look, compare her finger to the size of the band. Yeah, so... Nah, that's his ring. Okay. Jane, are you alright? You seem lost in thought. Pardon me? Forgive me, but... Have you forgotten our past plans? Did your time in prison harm your memory? Actually, yes, it did. Can you remind me? Edmund knows that I was in prison. This is an alarming thought for later. But I have an even more alarming immediate concern. I cannot let anyone know that I do not remember this horrible story. Or even more importantly, that I am not actually Lady Jane Neville. Edmund must never realize that I am not the Lady Jane that he once knew. He and the other men might end up pricking me with their swords if they learn that I am not the woman they want me to be. How can I subtly distract Edmund from his suspicions? You're my best plan. Yeah, I like that one. Oh, Edmund, you're my best plan. I am? Truly? Classic high expectations, yes. Not unless you are actually my patron, and not my terrible former fiancé, dear Edmund. However, since I do not know exactly who you are and need you to stop suspecting me, I am willing to flatter you until you are no longer suspicious of me. Perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. Thankfully, no one can provide subtle flattery like I can. Look out for my charm, Edmund. Yeah, they're special. They're very special. They're very special characters. Of course, Edmund. Who needs plans when they have you? After all, how could anyone not be amazed by you and your brilliance? There are so many things to like about you. It is flattering beyond words to know how you feel, that you feel so kindly about me, Jane. Even despite, well, I am overjoyed. Even despite what? Whatever got us in jail, was he in on it? I feel like he might have been in on it. Were we actually like part of a they did mention something about like a revolutionary, like as like an option of what you could become. So were we part of some kind of like revolutionary like party or something? We were making plans to take over the country, but then we got caught and we got thrown in jail and then banished from the kingdom. I almost feel like that might actually be what happened. Yeah, and then he came following. Although, perhaps, if you do not mind, perhaps you could tell me what you like about me? If I knew what you liked, I would do it even more frequently. Oh! There is so much about you that I like that I barely know where to begin. Though the first thing that comes to mind is... You can do it, Shane! Yes? Your skill at sword polishing. The best part is here. What? Yes, when it comes to polishing your sword, you are second to none. You must have the shiniest sword in all the land due to the amount of time you spend rubbing your shop. Even without a sheath. I have never known another man who polishes his sword as often and as thoroughly as you do, even without an opponent nearby. I must tell everyone of your deeds. Jane, no, please. No, no need for false modesty, Edmund. All of our kingdom must know how... I can do this. All of our kingdom must know how firm your grip is upon your shaft. I'm sorry. All of our kingdom must know how firm your grip is upon your shaft. After all, you could whip it out at every opportunity. I think that would get him caught by the palace guards and put in jail. I think that might get me beheaded. Quite quickly. Like a swordman of your caliber could lose a fight. After all, I know you could whip out your blade any time a young maiden like me is menaced. Okay, I'm good. For instance, that naughty bush just happens to be particularly enraging. It is? Why? Look at it being so lush and overgrown. However, everyone knows that naughty bushes often need a good whacking. So, Prince Edmund, please prick my bush for me. He's like, that has a totally different meaning than you think it does, Jane. My dad, is this what death feels like? Maybe you are dead. Maybe you're all dead. Maybe you're all in the afterlife. Maybe they are. Go, Edmund, keep polishing and pricking. I'm good. Okay. Okay. Breathe. Serene. We are serene. Okay. Good. I think I have subtly flattered Edmund enough that he will not think about sheathing his blade in me. That just means that I need to make sure he has no further suspicions about whether or not I am Jane Neville. While I enjoy speaking with you, I am exhausted from all that has happened today. It has been so challenging to fight off both the wainscoting and the very real memories of being in prison. I cannot think of anything but my pain. The terrible, terrible pain in my heart when I realize that I will never again be able to dance the beautiful sword dance in my heart without thinking of all that has passed. You can sword dance? You can sword dance well? Was it only Ezel who was interested in sword dancing? Edmund actually has a blade he is constantly polishing, so I assumed he would enjoy sword dancing as well. If I am wrong, I must stop Edmund's doubts immediately. Not anymore. Not after my deep, deep sorrow. You see, I feel the deepest sorrow at the thought of being pricked. No pricking. I would not even dream of pricking anything, let alone you. Constantly. That is very good to hear. Still, Jane, you hated dancing. So why would you mention sword? My pain! It has become even deeper. Forgive me. No, forgive me. I'm so sorry, Jane. I should have remembered all you have suffered. I do not blame you, Edmund. No one could possibly know all the terror I have experienced. Mostly from the thought of ominous cushions and falling wainscoting. Or all the pain I have suffered. Who would not have a sore neck after being trapped in the carriage going nowhere for a long period of time? All the trials I have faced. Despite what the house seems to think, apples are not actually a full meal. That's not even considering the trial of being pulled into a terrible story that makes no sense. I should be weeping in rage. Oh, Jane. I truly regret all the pain you have experienced and all the cruelties you have endured. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'm sure you would do whatever you could to help me, Edmund. Though perhaps we can speak of something better than bitter memories. Especially since I do not remember these bitter memories. Of course, Jane. As always, I would gladly do anything for you. In truth, Yes, Edmund? I am grateful that after all we have been through, we have reunited once again. However, I am most grateful that you are once again Jane in all ways. So another theory I had at this point, excuse me. So you know there was that scene where our wounds disappeared? A scene that kind of implied, well, multiple scenes that implied, like, either a time skip, or not a time skip, or like some kind of time thing. But oh, your chores? But my theory was that this Jane is actually the real Jane, and the Jane we met at the beginning of the story was actually an isekai Jane. Me or Jane or Edmund? Jane in all ways? What does that even mean? I was so worried that... yes? What were you worried about, Edmund? Edmund, are you well? Yes, more importantly, I was worried. I just hope that neither of us have to experience what we went through again in the future. I hope not. With luck, I can avoid further difficulties in the future, no matter how many bad romance novels I was foolish enough to read. Bad romance novel? Never mind. Just remember that I am definitely the Jane you have always known. How could Edmund be so convinced by my incredibly display of subtlety? Now is my chance to be even more subtle and convince him to help me leave this house. If you like the Jane who you know I most definitely am, I have an even better suggestion. Once I am away from this house, I can continue being a perfectly normal Jane each and every day. Yes, I too, Edmund, you have always known. Unless you want me to be a different Edmund, in which case... wait. Away from the house? Jane, you know it will be some time before... Before what, Edmund? Before tea? Before the wind coding eats us? Or do you mean before I can leave here? Jane, you're free to do as you wish. I know this place may not be what you're used to, but if there's anything I can do to comfort you... comfort me? Edmund, I know that you're trying to help, but do you know what would comfort me? Probably not me telling you a joke about the difference between a hedgehog and a sheath sword. Probably not, but I'd like to hear this one, actually. Oh, what is the answer? On a hedgehog, the pricks are on the outside. Okay. No, you cannot distract me with your comedic genius. Be honest, Edmund. Why can I not leave the house as I please? Jane, I have no more ways to persuade you. However, please remember that I promise that you would not regret trusting me. Even if your father... My father? Yes, your father and mother would both want. Why would I care what they want? After all, the beloved family of Jane Neville has already demonstrated how much they care for her. I'm pretty sure they're dead. The way he began the line, that seems like the way you begin the line of, you know, a line that implies that the parents are deceased. Or became deceased in a, in a way in which they were trying to protect their child. Or maybe they were part of the revolution and they got caught and executed. But Jane was lucky enough to escape. Completely plausible. Yes, your family has definitely shown how much they care for you. By not helping me when I needed them the most, and leaving me to stay in a strange house in the middle of nowhere with a man who speaks of nothing but perfume. Is that how you see the situation? Why does my head hurt? Why does my heart hurt? Maybe because you talked bad about your parents who sacrificed themselves for you, maybe? Possibly? Who knows? Oh, Edmund. Why did the clock fail to become a chef? What? Excuse me? Because he ran out of time. Oh. Okay, that's bad, but it's actually not that bad. It's actually kind of sad. I do not know how much time I have to prove myself to you, Jane, but I promise I'll do everything I can to be worthy of your trust. Where's the game data? Trust. I trust that you can make me smile. I will do everything I can to bring joy in all ways, my lady. I do not care what it costs me. Why did I say that? Why did he say that? What is going on here? I need Edmund to leave so I can think. Shall we head back to my house? I am truly exhausted and want nothing more than a cup of tea. And he can sit next to the other men who are waiting in the foyer with a cup of tea for us. It's gonna be an awkward time. Unless they already know each other. They might, who knows. Or is it gonna be an introduction of 3 different men who have feelings for her, together in one room, drinking tea together? Dang, that'd be awkward. Shall we head back to the house? I'll be happy to arrange that. Surely there must be an unmolded tea bag somewhere in the place. Perhaps it's hiding in the baseboards. Ew. Would you drink tea from the baseboards? A tea bag from the baseboards? I wouldn't. Like, I'll just have a cup of water, okay? Or he could just ask servants. Unless servant doesn't actually exist, or he only shows himself to us. Like I did, like again, the demon butler theory. If he is, he might only show himself to us. We might only be able to see him. Maybe no one else can. However, if Edmund wishes to find a teabag himself as part of a cunning plan to determine what I have been doing, then that gives me more time to recover. Then I shall wish you luck on your adventure, Edmund. Make sure to prepare a delicious set of tea for us. If you can bring a dozen little cakes as well, I may even forget what pain is. I'll do my best. The manor's wainscoting will hide nothing from me. I'll tear this mansion apart piece by piece. Unfortunately, if Edmund looks over there, all he'll find are apples. Still, so long as Edmund leaves, I can even sacrifice some delicious tea cakes. What is most important is getting him out of my way. Just a little more flattery subtlety should do it. Flattery. How very brave and princely of you to search through the house's wainscoting. You are a true knight in shining armor. All those lovable maidens must adore a prince who can fetch them some tea. I am not so sure about that, Jane. I have not always served lovable maidens as well as I would have liked to. I read backwards, okay? By serve, does Edmund mean for dinner? Did I read cannibal romances in my past life? Those exist. Do those exist? No, I do not think there are cannibal romances. Romance readers would not want the male lead to devour the heroine. So Edmund saying that he was not always served lovable maidens, well, must refer to something else. Something that I must investigate later. Still, I would do as you asked me to, Jane. I want you to make yourself at home here. Especially since, well, there has always been something haunting about you, Jane. And now that you're here, you fit this place so perfectly. Why is that so ominous? Maybe we are dead. Maybe he's visiting us in the afterlife. Is Edmund trying to insult me or compliment me? His subtlety may be even more powerful than I imagined. Being compared to the house should be an insult since it is both murderous and decrepit. On the other hand, Edmund appears to think that the house is beautiful. He even complimented the molding. Perhaps he is attracted to houses? I really need to figure out how hairy, horse-like, and house-like the heroine is. Perhaps that might provide another clue for who the male lead of this novel is. You look exhausted, Jane. Let me brave this house for you. I'll find a little cakes of your dreams. Aww. Little cakes, here I come. You go find those little cakes, Edmund. I'm dependent on you. I believe in you. I believe in you, baby. You can do it. Good luck. I hope they're not moldy. So, am I not supposed to follow after him? I thought you wished to think for a moment. Oh, is it time for one of our chats again? Did you not wish to speak with me? I thought you welcomed our conversations. It is pleasant to speak with you when you are not reminding me of my imminent doom. However, we did not speak all that long ago. Does that mean you are here with an ominous warning? You are not very good at ominous warnings. No. Is it a cryptic message? I'm already so confused that a cryptic message would not upset me further. So provide a message. Fine. I might have been curious about your thoughts. My thoughts? Are you curious about whether I have found even more murderous objects than I have any more ominous revelations? I do think I should be wary of the naughty bush. Who do you find the most attractive? It's like a slumber party. Who do you have a crush on? What? Who do you find the most attractive? What? Why is the world going dark? Reminds you of the rooster guy. I like Ezel, but Edmund's also nice. But you know, I'm down for the. I like the white-haired Duke of North. I like that type. Ezel. You are attracted to a cane-wielding duke who is obsessed with lurking in bushes. Apparently so. Yeah, the rooster guy from Area X. I remember him. What is wrong with a man who enjoys some undergrowth? After all, it means that his beloved does not need to worry about constantly trimming things. Her gardens can flourish in all their glory. She doesn't even know what she's saying. Yeah. I am not sure you even know what you're implying. Are you being mysterious again? You could learn a thing or two about being clear from Ezel. He is open about everything he does, whether it is swinging his cane, writing his lists, or pricking women with his swords. Remember, Ezel said he would only prick a woman after matrimony. Did you finally realize what the Duke meant when he spoke of pricking women? Of course I do. To be fair, I'm not convinced the Duke understood either. But still, are you not disturbed by his pricking? Of course not. After all, Ezel was clear about his interest in sword dancing. So if I am truly attracted to him, I will need to grab a sword at some point and prick him several times. Sorry. Only then I can see his personal bush. Jane. She's special. She's special. Voice, are you fine? I am very fine indeed. Though my ability to instantly visualize any scene I am presented with, I do not think I will ever be fine again. Yeah. The voice here be going through some things, having to listen to Jane. Seriously though, what was that? I asked you a question and you answered. Like people do in conversation. We broke the guy who was supposed to doom us with death before death. But we still don't know who is the one that's dooming us, but maybe. Most people in normal conversations do not have choices whispered in their ear, while a voice makes strange noises indicating that there is a time limit to the reply. You did not like my musical indication of your remaining time? I have been told that my music is very unique. That is true, but why did you need to pressure me into a time limit anyway? This question did not seem like something that would require me to think quickly. I don't know about that, but besides, I thought you were going to stop forcing my choices. I was not forcing your choice. I promise. You just what? I am very impatient. I cannot wait very long to know such important information. You think it is important to know who I am attracted to? I can understand the curiosity, since I am a very lovable lady who has excellent taste, and you probably wish to discuss your own attractions as well. Still, I am trying to avoid being murdered. I do not have time to contemplate how gorgeous everyone here is. I must focus on the danger around me, like the ominous warning you gave previously provided. Danger? Like the danger hiding inside these men's trousers. I mean, I'm sure they are dangerous. I said nothing. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the security measures I was taking when I was searching for ominous cushions. Searching for ominous cushions. Is that what you were doing when you were looking over the men's trouser fronts? Yes. There are only so many places even cunning men could store dangerous cushions to use as weapons. Trousers make the most sense. She's special. I am very concerned about stuffing. That is a valid concern. Unfortunately, I could not find any cushions no matter how hard I looked. So here I am, stuck with the potpourri horseman, the peeping hedgeman, and the human chandelier. So it seems. Can I not just lock them all in a room and have them prick each other? That's a yaoi then. Then we're turning this into a whole different genre. Your ability to find solutions to things that were not problems until you suggested them is remarkable. Like my investigative skills. No. Your investigative skills truly are works of genius. See? We have much more interesting conversations when we focus on helpful ways to avoid danger. Why ask me stressful questions? So you're saying that if the question is focused on danger... What? Who is the most dangerous in the house? It's the naughty bush. It can only be naughty bush. In fact, it can only be the same naughty bush that is wrestling somewhere in front of us right now. It could be him too, yeah. The guy who pricks a lot. Yes, even if your question is absurd beyond belief, the answer is designed to prove how absurd the question is. Oh no, the answer is good enough to make the question actually valuable. Of course, sure, yeah, totally, Jane. I truly need to hear more about your reasoning. You see, I know you were correct when you warned me about naughty bushes during our last conversation. Well, yes, I was. Although I actually wanted you to make sure that I kept my wits about myself, where foliage frolics. About to wear foliage frolics. Where horch hedges hide, where terrible topiary trembles. This is the strangest moment in my entire existence, which is truly saying something. Just think of that naughty bush rustling away so devilishly. It is so lush, so green, so utterly overgrown. It is just so naughty. No other word can describe its cunning. Remember when this bush... Flashback! Good times. Pretended to be a normal, peaceful shrubbery. Of course, my investigative genius revealed that it was Prince Edmund in the bushes. Everybody loves the bushes. Concealing unspeakable wrestling evil. Or perhaps I should say that it is... Oh, please, I beg you, say no more. Beating around the bush when it comes to its brutality. I regret everything. Like I regret my entire existence. I cannot regret anything more than I regret my choices in reading material. My friend. Especially not when the books I read contain such vicious vegetation. My lady, I believe that we all now carry deep regrets. Thank you, ominous voice, for helping me collect my thoughts. I admit, while I was skeptical about your question, it did help me focus my investigative genius. That achievement justifies everything that I experienced. Still, while I am thankful for your support, I somehow feel worse than ever. After all, even if I know who the most suspicious and probably murderous being in this manor is, I have no concrete evidence against them, and no way to defend myself should they attack me. What could I even do? Ask the house for a supply of apples to use as ammunition? I mean, they would hurt. Getting hit by an apple would hurt. It could do some damage. If you continue to respect the wainscoting, that might be a viable strategy. But what do I do if I accidentally insult the wainscoting? What if I express the wrong kind of interest in hardwood? Hardwood. What happens to me if the house abandons me? My lady, life and death are two leaves of the same vine. To grow the leaf you want, you must first seed the vine. I, appreciate your attempts at consolation or even worse, advice. But even more than that, I would appreciate a murder weapon. One that I could use to fend off an attempt on my life. I see. Does that mean that you are willing to kill any of the inhabitants in the house? Should they try to harm you? If I am being honest, no. Yet that terrifies me because I do not believe that my enemy would hesitate to kill me. Worse still, my enemy has to become one of the people who are pretending to care for me. It is cruel to be trapped in a narrative beyond your control. I thank you for your understanding. There is something horrifying about being trapped with a character from a story that is determined to destroy. I do not understand why someone would enjoy creating a character doomed to be destroyed. No matter what the character did. Don't let all the writers hear you say that. A lot of people create characters just so they can fuck around with their lives. Unfortunately, there are those who believe that in order for themselves to win, someone else must lose. What a cruel and wrong way to see the world. If my investigative genius succeeds, everyone around me succeeds. Why would anyone want to destroy that success? Well, some people are cruel and wrong. So, what do you do when someone that terrible controls your fate? In the end, all anyone can do is make choices that reflect their values, and decide which companions should join them on their journey. But what if those companions wish to destroy you? And unless I'm wrong, I think this is the end of the demo. Will you take responsibility? Will you save the villainess? Look at them fancy shoes. And yep, that is it. That is the end of the demo for Save the Villainess. So yeah, if you enjoyed that, go ahead and play on your own, pick some different options. Read the sword sheath and pricking dialogue again. This story is ridiculous and I love it. But yeah, they have a demo available on Steam and itch.io. They have a Discord server if you want to join that, and their Kickstarter is currently ongoing. I believe we're on the third day? Yeah, we're on the third day of the Kickstarter. Or actually fourth day, because it's 3/21. Cage Chart? I loved Cage Chart, Mo. No, I love all the innuendos in this game. It's too funny. Sorry, like. Yeah, anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, and once you played the first time, something called the truth is revealed here. You have access to it. Yes, but it's gonna tell me no, I'm not ready for it. Yeah. So I'm gonna assume this is something that's gonna be activated during the full game when that is out. Something we'll be have access to then. I'll get to Halloween Otome. Just give me some time. So let's see, chapters. Okay. So if you want to skip ahead, skip to a certain place, I guess you could do this. Okay. Okay. So currently the game demo contains chapter 1 and 2. And I'm gonna guess this is something that you can have that is gonna be in the demo, is actually in the demo. I mean, it's highlighted like you can click it, so maybe this is like a secret something you can find if you make different choices. So if it is, that alone is a reason to download the demo and give it a try and try to figure out what the heck this is. Anyway, yes, there we go. That was Save the Villainess. So go ahead and support them. Try the game out. And in the meantime, let me put up my schedule. Alright, so tomorrow we have, we're gonna finish the Twisted Wonderland. We're gonna finish the Twisted Wonderland events. I don't have it on the schedule. I mean, it's there, but it's not physically on the schedule, but we'll be finishing Twisted Wonderland tomorrow, Thursday, probably around 8, I imagine. And then Friday, we're doing a gothic horror indie game called Decentra. That just came out. all the jokes have me like choked up, literally. So yes, and also I will have a interview with the creators of Save the Villainess and also the creators of Decentra. Due to time constraints and time differences, they weren't they won't be on the stream, but I'll have them as recorded and probably posted on like YouTube or something. So that's something to look forward to. So whenever that comes out, I'll notify people on Twitter. But yeah, those are 2 interviews to look forward to. That will be happening sometime in the near future. Yeah, I think that's it. Can I use my own channel points? I wonder, can I? Is that like a thing? Okay, cool. I didn't know I could use them my own. Wait, so if I watch my VODs, do I earn channel points? Or if I have my own video playing, do I earn channel points for my own channel? But yeah, I have a whole bunch of stuff. I stayed up late, throw in a whole bunch of stuff in the emotes and the channel reward thing, and yeah, that's stuff. So that's some new fun stuff we can play with. But yes. So yeah, saved Villainess. Go ahead and save the Villainess yourself, or make her suffer. Whichever your choice is. I'm still kind of dead at the thought that Edmund is a what you call it, masochist. By his face, you would have never known. But anyway, that will be it. I will see you guys tomorrow for Twisted Wonderland. Where we'll finish up the Savannah event. And I need to make myself a little bead thing. I've been using a beaded necklace and just hanging it from my hair until it falls out, or balancing it. I need to make myself a little bead, something that actually can work. For the bead brawl. But yeah. So yeah, I'll see you later on today for the Twisted Wonderland, and I hope everyone has a good night, morning, afternoon, evening, daytime, and I hope to see you again. So, thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you, Para. Thank you, Choco. Thank you, for the, Tanya, one of the creators of the game, for stopping on by earlier. And yeah, and anyone else who popped on by. Also, if you don't know, I do have a Discord channel thing, technically. I forget, do I have it posted somewhere? I think I might have it on my links. On my... I'll have to check. Looking at this reminded me. I don't think I ever announced that. Nice. Got some chapters done. Some good work done. I should probably do some work too. I need to get some interview questions ready for Safine. send to them for the Centra. So, I'll be doing that, then I'll be going to bed. And actually, no, I'll be eating because I haven't eaten dinner. I just had that konjac jelly. But yes, anyway, thanks for coming by. I'll see y'all later.